A pair of teams coming off some fog finals meet here at Gulf Fuller Field in Game 13 of the Cape Cod Baseball League season between the Chatham Anglers and your Falmouth Commodores. Welcome into Opening the Door alongside Ryan Martin and Ben Haller. I'm Andrew Del Piano. Ryan, let's start last night in Hyannis. Only 5 innings of game. Really, that tone set, though, in that third inning by the Harbor Hawks.
Yeah, the Harbor Hawks just needed that 5-run bottom of the third inning where they got to UCF righty and Matt Saucer. Saucer's third appearance on Cape Cod was one to forget, both for Saucer on the mound with that start, and with that inning, it was one to forget for the Commodores as well.
Yeah, the Commodores trying to get over a 5-7 record so far. Luckily, though, no ties. A team very familiar with the tie is the Anglers, Ben.
Yeah, I don't even know what the explanation is for all the ties. There have been 4 ties this summer on the Cape. 3 of them the Anglers have been involved in. And when you think of ties, you think of, maybe some lower scoring games, some games cut short even after 5 innings. That hasn't been the case. It's an Anglers team that scored a lot of runs. I guess it's just luck, but it's a very good offense.
A guy that's going to try to keep them off the board tonight is Trevor Baumler from TCU, making his first start in the Cape this summer.
Yeah, first start, but third appearance overall. We last saw him in action 8 days ago in that 4-1 loss at Wareham. He went a team-high 3 2/3 innings in that appearance, Andrew. Didn't give up a run, hasn't given up a run all summer, so a usual starter for the TCU Horned Frogs. Will get to do that job today for the Commodores.
Yeah, he'll go against Ethan Calder out of Baylor, and that's your pitching matchup tonight between Chatham and Falmouth coming up after this on Opening the Door.
Introducing Open Cape, the local nonprofit internet service provider in this region. Open Cape's fast and reliable network is 100% fiber optic, providing affordable internet connectivity. To learn more, visit opencape.org and always speak with a live Open Cape representative. Open Cape, providing choice and competition for your home or business and the official internet provider of your Falmouth Commodores.
We are Open Cape.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
I'm Ben Royo, shortstop from Texas A&M, and you're watching Commodores Baseball on Cape League TV.
Welcome back to Opening the Door alongside Mike Anu. I'm Andrew Del Piano. Mike, for you, playing in tomorrow's All-Star game between the Cape Cod League and the MLB Draft League, how'd you find out that news?
Yeah, I just got back from golf the other day, and Salty gave me a call, and he's like, "We're going to City Field to play in the game." So I was like, "That sounds good. Let's do it. It should be fun."
And that was after a solid round of golf, right?
Yeah, solid 42 and 9. Not bad.
And what was your reaction to knowing you're going to play on 2 major league fields in one summer now?
I mean, I don't really have a reaction to it. It's just kind of cool. Exciting.
And what are you looking forward to playing against some professionals in the MLB Draft League?
Say again? Sorry.
Ready to play against some professionals in the MLB Draft League. How does that show you some of your talent?
I mean, it's just going to show the high level of baseball getting played. So, I mean, just good competition, and we'll see what happens. Best coming out.
And for you in the last couple of games, you've really found your sweet spot, if you will, at the bat. What's gone right as of late?
Swinging at good pitches and hitting them, really. Seeing the ball, hit the ball. That's it.
We saw you at Chipotle last night. Any reason behind that success? Is it the order of the Chipotle?
That was the first time I had Chipotle in months. So,
what was the order last night?
White rice, that new honey Chipotle chicken, and then I went pico, corn, guac, cheese. That's it. It was really good.
Well, maybe that might be the recipe for success tonight against the Commodores as the Doors square up against the Anglers in just a little bit. Thanks so much, Mike.
Thanks. Sorry, I couldn't keep it.
Jim Murray, owner of Falmouth's historic Clam Shack, now Jim's Clam Shack. Located on scenic Falmouth Harbor, Jim's Clam Shack is a destination for the best seafood and sunsets on the Cape. We're open 7 days a week, so stop by for lunch or join us for dinner on the rooftop deck. Bring the entire family to try our wide selection of seafood and kid-friendly option. We deliver the freshest products to your plates daily. Jim's Clam Shack, proud supporter of the Falmouth Commodores.
Hi, I'm Michael Kasparian, President of the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is here for the benefit of the whole community. Whether you're a local business or a visitor, Falmouth has endless offerings, from its beautiful beaches and historical sites to its local shopping and eateries. The Chamber bridges the 8 villages, providing visitors with all the tools to make their trip one to remember. Our visitor center is located in downtown Falmouth, just off of Main Street. Come by and meet our team. The Falmouth Chamber of Commerce, your community connection.
Introducing Open Cape, the local nonprofit internet service provider in this region. Open Cape's fast and reliable network is 100% fiber optic, providing affordable internet connectivity. To learn more, visit opencape.org and always speak with a live Open Cape representative. Open Cape, providing choice and competition for your home or business and the official internet provider of your Falmouth Commodores.
We are Open Cape.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
Hi, I'm Coleman Mizell, outfielder from Alabama, and you're watching Commodores baseball on KTV.
From Gov Fuller Field in Falmouth, Massachusetts, we welcome you into the 13th game of the 2025 Cape Cod Baseball League season. It's the Falmouth Commodores sitting at 5-7, hosting the first team they played on this campaign. It's the Chatham Anglers, who come into Gov Fuller Field with a 4-5-3 record. Welcome into Cape League TV alongside Ben Haller. I'm Ryan Martin. And Ben, this was a hot Sunday matchup between two teams that faced off at Veterans Field in Game 1, but it's been different standings so far through this team in the past 12 games.
It actually, different standing, but I think if you look at how the seasons have gone for both teams, you see some similarities. First of all, obviously with Chatham, a team that feels like they have better talent than that 4-5-3 record, still below 500. We talked about on opening the door all the ties. I don't know how that's happening for Chatham, but it's a very good offense. When you look at pound for pound, compare each roster's lineups, offensive numbers, or just guys from last year, and their numbers from their college seasons, this Chatham team is one of the best, I think, just in terms of the talent that they have. They've had some struggles with the pitching, though, outside of J.T. Quinn, who pitched yesterday, the last time he'll throw on the Cape. So Falmouth gets to see Ethan Calder maybe have a little bit more success than they did in just their one run the first time they faced Chatham.
You mentioned the Georgia Bulldog. Quinn, no longer with the Chatham Anglers, testing his hand at Team USA Baseball down in North Carolina. So it's a Big 12 battle on the bump today between Ethan Calder, the left-hander from Baylor, and then Trevor Ballmer making his first start on the summer with the Commodores, his third appearance, the right-hander from TCU. Just about to get underway here between the Commodores and the Anglers. We'll send it over to public address announcer William Rosen in just a moment. You take a look at what Falmouth's done. You go back to yesterday, both these teams, Ben, have their game called due early due to fog. Falmouth losing 5-1 after 5 innings in Hyannis, and then this was a Chatham team that beat Brewster by a 2-1 margin at Veterans Field.
Yeah, two different kind of thoughts, too, after the 5 innings ending. It felt like Falmouth wasn't getting enough offense. The 5-1 lead felt like a really big lead. Chatham actually got helped a little bit by, obviously, the fog canceling and having a 2-1 lead. Brewster had a couple guys on bases in some of those early innings, so that looked like it was going to be a good finish down the stretch. But obviously the Anglers will take it. Falmouth with some revenge.
We'll see if we can get the full 9 innings here today. But now, for the pregame festivities, we send it over to the voice of Gov Fuller Field, the pride of Marist University. It's William Rosen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Arnie Allen Diamond at Gov Fuller Field for tonight's Cape Cod Baseball League matchup featuring the visiting Chatham Anglers and your Falmouth Commodores. Tonight's game is sponsored by Falmouth Academy. Falmouth Academy is an independent college prep day school with 5-day boarding that serves approximately 200 students in grades 7 through 12 from the Cape, South Coast, and the islands. Falmouth Academy is a learning community with remarkable teachers, supportive peers, and no back rows, and where students don't just fit in, they stand out. Learn more at falmouthacademy.edu. falmouthcommodoresbroadcasting.org. We welcome you guys. And now it's time to meet tonight's starting lineups. First for the visiting Chatham Anglers. The manager of the Anglers is Dennis Cook. Leading off, the center fielder from Virginia, number 37, Henry Ford. Batting second, the third baseman from UNC, number 42, Gavin Gallagher. Batting third, the second baseman from the University of Texas, number 5, Ethan Mendoza. Batting fourth, the catcher from Auburn, number 6, Chase Fralick. Batting fifth, the left fielder from the University of Georgia, number 2, Daniel Jackson. Batting sixth, the right fielder from Northwestern, number 49, Jackson Freeman. Batting seventh, the first baseman from Indiana, number 34, Jake Hanley. Batting eighth, the designated hitter from LSU, number 44, Ashton Larson. And batting ninth, the shortstop from the University of San Diego, number 1, Isaiah Lane. The pitcher this evening for the Anglers is a lefty from Baylor, number 30, Ethan Calder. And now it's time to meet the starting lineup for your Falmouth Commodores. First off, the manager in his first season with the Doors, World Series champion, Jared Saltalamacchia. Leading off, the third baseman from Cal Berkeley, number 8, Carl Schmidt. Batting second, the shortstop from USC, number 18, Adrian Lopez. Batting third, the center fielder, number 3, Micah New. Batting fourth, the first baseman from Georgia Tech, number 10, Kent Schmidt. Batting fifth, the designated hitter from Notre Dame, number 20, Mark Quattroni. Batting sixth, the right fielder from Stetson, number 9, Landon Moran. Batting seventh, the left fielder from Southern Mississippi, number 17, Kyle Morrison. Batting eighth, the catcher from Virginia Tech, number 12, David McCann. And batting ninth, the shortstop from the University of Tennessee, number 26, Chris Newstrom. The pitcher this evening for your Commodores is a righty, number 28, Trevor Baumler. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that if you're able to please rise and remove your hats as we honor America and those who protect our freedom with the playing and singing of our national anthem. Singing tonight is Fletcher Parsons. Fletcher Parsons is a rising senior at Falmouth Academy. He's a varsity athlete playing soccer, basketball, and tennis. He is a member of the school's a cappella group and chorus, and Fletcher works at the Boys and Girls Club in Mashpee. Fletcher, whenever you're ready.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? The land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Fletcher Parsons. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for tonight's ceremonial first pitch. Throwing out tonight's first pitch is Jesse Brown. Jesse is the athletic director at Falmouth Academy, where he also teaches middle school physical education and coaches girls varsity basketball. Mr. Brown is a sports and fitness professional, and he throws the pitch, and he gets it. He holds an advanced degree in sports management, where he just showed it there, and played collegiate soccer at Castleton University in Vermont, where he captained the team. Thank you for that exquisite pitch. And Fletcher, it's time to
play ball.
Let's do it in Falmouth. Tonight's umpires at home.
Thanks so much, Fletcher. And just as he says, it's moments away from play ball between the Falmouth Commodores and the Chatham Anglers in Game 13 of the 2025 Cape Cod Baseball League season. Ryan Martin alongside Ben Haller here on Cape League TV for this Sunday matchup, a meeting between the A's and the Doors for the first time since opening day of the season. You see the Chatham Anglers right there. This is the starting nine that first-year manager Dennis Cook has, and you see there it's 2025 national champion with LSU, Ashton Larson, back for his second season, Ben.
Yeah, it's going to be big. Somebody who obviously had a great summer with Chatham just a season ago and a lot of success in the school season. So it's a lineup that, again, kind of what we talked about, so much power conference talent from the top all the way to the bottom. If Ashton Larson, the all-star from last season, is batting in your 8th spot, I mean, that is a very good lineup. That tells you what this team, what this offense has done all year.
You read it right there. Larson will be the designated hitter. He got on Cape Cod just yesterday after spending 31 games at Chatham last season. Larson coming from the SEC, but coming from the Big 12, it's the right-hander Trevor Balmer. His first start on the summer, still a 0 in that ERA column, Ben.
Yeah, Balmer's been awesome out of relief. You go back to that Wareham game where they really didn't get a whole lot of runs support, but still had a very good appearance, went 3 2/3, the most of any Commodore in relief in that game. 6 2/3 for him before giving up a run. Now, it definitely is a different mindset going from the bullpen now to being a starter. He's somebody who did both at TCU a season ago, 8 starts, 6 appearances out of relief.
You mentioned the 8 starts that Balmer had with the Horned Frogs across 13 appearances. Now his first and appearance number 3 on Cape Cod with the Falmouth Commodores. He's got a hot Sunday to contest with, 80 degrees at first pitch, and one maybe even go a little bit down to 79 or 78 real temp. The wind blowing in a bit from right center field, but it's been a hot weekend all weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely started out hot. Got a little chilly a couple days ago, but look at what the wind's doing. Not much today, not much movement at all. This is a ballpark that hasn't really seen a whole lot of home runs. I'd say it's kind of middle of the pack out of the 10 Cape Cod Baseball League stadiums in terms of how many long balls we've seen. Today, it's got the humidity, got the heat, but don't have the wind, so I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe 1 or 2.
To see it's a Chatham team that has given up the second most home runs on Cape Cod this season against a Falmouth offense that's hit the most home runs. First one to 10 home runs are the Commodores, who we'll see in the bottom of the first inning. But first, the Chatham lineup that will have to go against Trevor Balmer. It starts off with the newest Tennessee center fielder, Henry Ford. Into the right-handed batter's box. It's righty on ready to start.
And we talk about how talented this Chatham lineup is. It starts with that leadoff guy in Ford. Got a couple of years in his belt at Virginia now.
First pitch to the center fielder is cracked on the ground to the shortstop in Lopez. He waits on it, fires over to Ken Schmidt at first base. A 6-3 putout at 5:59 p.m. on the first pitch is how we get this game started.
And that at-bat is what you see a lot from this Chatham team. We saw to the first game being very aggressive, but you look at the Commodores defense. Landon Moran doesn't have a ton of starts in the outfield this year. He plays right. Ken Schmidt back to his original position at first base. Newstrom, a lot of starts at center or at shortstop. Saw him at center field last night. Now getting his first start of the season at second base, kind of that do-it-all utility guy.
No Justin Osterhaus or Antonio Morales, the two most experienced Falmouth Commodores so far this season. They both have the night off. But not having the night off is Gavin Gallagher. Here's the UNC third baseman from the 2 spot. Righty on righty again. It's the first pitch swinging for the Tar Heel.
Yeah, and those 8 starts for Baumler, I mean, he was thrown into the fire. Going into his freshman season at TCU, was asked to be their Sunday guy, got the first couple of Sunday starts. Did really well in his first one. before a couple of struggles. That he eventually ended up doing a lot better once he got later in the season, moved into the reliever role.
The rising sophomore at TCU, Urbandale, Iowa native. So just 19 years old, you see his 6'3", 185-pound frame. Now against the Apex, North Carolina native in Gavin Gallagher.
And Gavin Gallagher, it is all about the bigger the moment, the better he plays. 2-time Chapel Hill Regional Most Outstanding Player. He did his freshman season at North Carolina and his sophomore season this year as well. Performed extremely well in regionals.
Third baseman tonight for first-year field manager Dennis Cook was his UNC head coach Scott Forbes, who called that performance at this past spring's Chapel Hill Regional probably the best performance in a regional he's ever seen, after Gallagher brings in 4 runs batted in against Oklahoma in back-to-back games.
Yeah, second-team All-American, or second-team freshman All-American his freshman year as well. Before that time, he hit the walk-off grand slam of the first game in his freshman year against Long Island, of the first regional game he ever played in.
Second Chatham batter, first full count for Trevor Ballmer. It's a strikeout looking for the TCU righty. First punch out of the game, and Gavin Gallagher is the victim. The second out in the top of the first.
Yeah, when you have a lineup this tough to navigate, when they have as much talent at the top with guys like Ford and Gallagher, and then you get all the way down, you see guys like Ashton Larson, Isaiah Lane at the 8-9 holes, you just have to attack. You cannot wait to see if there's 1 or 2 guys you want to pitch to and maybe pitch around some other guys. They're going to make you pay. All 9 guys can make you pay in this lineup, so you just have to be aggressive from the jump.
Third consecutive righty with Texas second baseman Ethan Mendoza. And that put-away pitch again for Baumler on the strikeout from Gallagher. It's that 12-6 curveball that he goes to about 1 in every 5 pitches. Has a heavy mix as well. A 5-pitch mix of a fastball, changeup, slider, a bit of a cutter, and that curveball that you see goes about 76 to 79.
As of late, it started to feel like you can get a good sense of who's winning the game when Falmouth is involved by who scores first. It happened yesterday when the first 5 were all scored by Hyannis on Saturday, and then going back to Friday, Commodore scored first against Harwich.
1-1 count in the third. Chatham batters. No score early between the Anglers and the Commodores. Ethan Mendoza, the rising junior from Bedford, Texas, just came back recently and played with the Longhorns after starting his career at Arizona State. Two-1 from Baumler. He's cracked that into the air, right side of the field. Moran at the line, puts the glove up, and pulls down out number 3. Quick run off the field for Trevor Baumler after he retires. Chatham in order in the top of the first. Commodores bats look to avoid having that happen to them. We're scoreless through the first half inning here from Gov Fuller Field on Cape League TV.
Hi, my name is Matt Burgess, General Manager here at Falmouth Country Club. We have a unique 27-hole public golf course with a beautiful layout that is family-oriented. Kids play free here at Falmouth Country Club. Getting on the course is quick and easy with our app. You can book tee times, get yardages with GPS, use our interactive scorecard, track your stats, and receive exclusive in-app offers. Falmouth Country Club is a true Cape Cod classic and a local family favorite.
See you on the course.
On behalf of the Cape Cod Baseball League, we would like to thank the following league partners for their continued support: Veolia North America, Wilson Sporting Goods, Yawkey Foundation, Netting Pros, Falmouth Publishing Company, Butler Sporting Goods, Sports Specs, Margaritaville Resort Cape Cod, Sunderland Printing, Del Mar Vacation Rentals, and of course, thank you to Major League Baseball for over 50 years of support.
I'm Adrian Lopez. I'm an infielder from the University of Southern California, and you're watching Commodore Baseball on Cape League TV.
Bottom of the first inning after the Chatham Anglers bats go down in order. The hosting Falmouth Commodores bats due up now for a Commodores team that just lost 5-1 at Hyannis yesterday in that shortened game. Ben Haller, they only played 3 hits. These starting 9 for head field manager Jared Saltzmakia looks to avoid doing the same.
Yeah, different lineup with Antonio Morales out. It's kind of a next man up in that spot. Carl Schmidt, the first game here at Gov Fuller Field, where he will lead off this year after got that leadoff start against Chatham the first time around. And this is a very similar start to the lineup as Antonio Morales gives you, someone who hasn't showed a ton of power, but hits about 300. And Carl Schmidt's got that batting average just below 300 at 286 right now.
Just as you mentioned, it's the rising redshirt sophomore from Cal, Carl Schmidt, who's again on the ground to the first side. Both teams swing at the first pitch to the shortstop. It's a 6-3 ground out. Just takes each pitcher one pitch to do so. Isaiah Lane over to Jake Hanley is the first out in the bottom of the first.
When we talk about how good this the Chatham offense is in the lineup, it kind of translates to the defense as well. This is a Anglers outfield and infield, both that have a ton of speed and really good arms. I look at Henry Ford playing center field, had one of the best arms out of center fielders in college baseball a season ago.
After the ground out to the Chatham shortstop, here's Falmouth's defensive counterpart out of USC. It's Adrian Lopez on a second consecutive righty versus lefty. Runs inside. 1 ball, no strike. Delivered there again by Ethan Calder, the lefty and rising senior at Baylor. Austin, Texas native.
This is the 4th game out of 5 that Falmouth has faced a starting pitcher that is a lefty. They've gotten a ton of experience against lefties this year, more than you usually do at this point in the year.
First-year field manager Jared Saltamaki counters with a lineup that features 3 consecutive righties to start, Lopez being the second in that order. 6 righties overall for the 5-7 Falmouth Commodores, again going up against the 4-5-3 Chatham Anglers.
And it talks to, when you talk about who's maybe been the best offensive piece of this Falmouth team, you could make an argument it's Morales, which makes it so impressive. He's a lefty that's doing it against lefties and just making so much contact.
Lopez into left field, down for a base hit. Chops at the 2-1 breaking ball, goes 101 miles an hour off the shortstop's bat. The first hit in this game puts Lopez on first with 1 out in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, you could tell it's just a matter of time before Adrian Lopez starts to break out. Obviously, frustrating start to the year, getting hit in the head on that second game. When you go out of the lineup like that and you miss so much time already trying to settle into a new team and a new season, sometimes it can be so hard to figure it out. But once you start to get hot, man, this is an Adrian Lopez guy that really heated up at the end of that 2025 season with USC.
Lopez went 0 for 2 yesterday in that 5-inning loss to Hyannis. Commodores only mustered 3 hits as a team in that shortened game, called early due to fog at McKeon Park. There's Micah New, center fielder, after the first pitch strike. Watches 1 low, is called there by home plate umpire Mike Hinojosa. He's joined by first base umpire Ruben Ramirez III, and over at third, it's Thomas Augusto. Adrian Lopez at first. After the 1-out single, Micah New puts it on the ground, over to third. Back over to the second baseman Mendoza for 1, over to first, and New beats it out. A fielder's choice replaces Lopez with New at first base, but delivers a second out in the bottom of the first.
I think that the showcases a little bit, too, what makes New so valuable, combining power. Obviously, he's got 3 bombs this year, but the speed to beat out a fielder's choice like that. Not a lot of guys have that combination.
Now we see New on the base pass, where he's got 4 stolen bases this season. That's second most by a Commodore. First is Antonio Morales is 5. We mentioned an off day today for the right fielder in Morales. Kent Schmidt, he's in the lineup, though. Fouls the first pitch he sees down the right field line. Talked about stacking days, getting better as this Cape League season progresses. That's exactly what the Georgia Tech first baseman Kent Schmidt has done. So the first homer of the season last night at McKeon Park for Schmidt. Solo bomb to right center field. That's how the Commodores scored their only run in the game.
Well, he's had so many opportunities. We've talked about it with runners in scoring position and the bases loaded. Had that stretch with 2 straight games where he had bases loaded opportunity, went 0 for 3 in him. Next day, comes back, gets a couple of big RBIs against Bourne at Dorn Park.
Georgian through and through. Started his career at Georgia Southern, as it's now New, who gets thrown over at first, slides into second base, but an easy tag applied by the shortstop and Isaiah Lane. We talked about Kent Schmidt in the lefty box. That's where you'll see him to begin the bottom of the second inning. After it's 3 Commodores, 3 outs, fielder's choice and picked off. It's how Calder gets out of it, still allowing a 0. We're scoreless entering the top of the second on Cape League TV.
Hi, I'm Jim Murray, owner of Falmouth's historic Clam Shack, now Jim's Clam Shack. Located on scenic Falmouth Harbor, Jim's Clam Shack is a destination for the best seafood and sunsets on the Cape. We're open 7 days a week, so stop by for lunch or join us for dinner on the rooftop deck. Bring the entire family to try our wide selection of seafood and kid-friendly option. We deliver the freshest products to your plates daily. Jim's Clam Shack, proud supporter of the Falmouth Commodores.
On behalf of the Cape Cod Baseball League, we would like to thank the following league partners for their continued support: Veolia North America, Wilson Sporting Goods, Yawkey Foundation, Netting Pros, Falmouth Publishing Company, Butler Sporting Goods, Sports Fix, Margaritaville Resort Cape Cod, Sunderland Printing, Del Mar Vacation Rentals, and of course, thank you to Major League Baseball for over 50 years of support.
Hi, I'm Grayson Sagne, right-handed pitcher from Texas. I'm a junior, and you're watching Commodores Baseball on Cape League TV. Let's go.
Top of the second inning between the Chatham Anglers and the Falmouth Commodores. Commodores team that's 5-7 on the year. The first of those 5 wins came at Veterans Field against this Angler team on opening day, a 1-0 win for the Doors.
Yeah, that was where we really got our first look at Caden Eschman, who surprised a lot of people in his few starts this year. You'll see him tomorrow in that Cape League versus MLB Futures League exhibition game. Justin Osterhaus had a RBI, broken bat, bloop single. JT Quinn, the counterpart of Eschman, was awesome too. Falmouth just got a little more offensive production in that game. Shout out Connor Lynn and Joe Sabbath as well, who were in relief to complete the shutout against Chatham back on opening day.
There's 3 great pitchers in that one for the Commodores, which is kind of the recipe for success last time. The Doors were here as well in that win over Harwich, the most recent of the 5 wins for Falmouth. And you don't see that too often either. 2 hits in a 9-inning win.
Yeah.
1-0 is all it took for opening day. Trevor Ballmer goes against 4, 5, and 6 in this Chatham order. Top of the second begins with Auburn catcher Chase Freelick, who lines a single right down the right field line. Back-to-back innings to start where Chatham bats get a piece of the first pitch Ballmer delivers in an inning. It's a first pitch single in the top of the second for Chase Freelick.
I mean, it is a lineup, again, that when you have so many guys that can hit from top to the bottom, it's so tough when the first guy gets on base to try to work around it. Because, again, like I talked about in the first inning, you have to attack. You don't have a whole lot of options. But Daniel Jackson, Jackson Freeman, 2 very good 5 and 6 hitters.
Ballmer delivers the curveball for a first strike on rising junior Daniel Jackson, the Georgia Bulldog and Sandy Springs, Georgia native. Inside again on Jackson. So, again, it was the 1-2-3 inning for Chatham at the top of the first inning. It's Trevor Ballmer, who's still been efficient with his pitches. Even allowing that single to Freilick, it's now 14 pitches, 8 for strikes for the TCU righty.
That's going to help Baumler a lot. It's a new role. Even though he did throw 3 2/3 that last appearance against Wareham, which kind of similar to what you see from most effective starters in this league with pitch count limits and all that. Still is just a different mindset, different mentality when you're starting. You see the top of the lineup more than you see the bottom of the lineup.
One-two from Ballmer. Upstairs and high. There's the fastball. Comes inside at 93 miles an hour. For Jackson, it's the second summer on Cape Cod with this Chatham Anglers team. Appeared in 4 games after his freshman year at Wofford. Delivered Chatham a 188 average. A backwards strikeout this time for Ballmer. Goes with the changeup, 78 miles an hour for punch-out number 2.
Yeah, both strikeouts for Ballmer so far have been those backwards Ks, and he's done it by a lot of movement on that breaking pitch. And it was right down the middle of the zone, but it kind of starts high in a 2-2 count. You kind of want to leave that alone, but kind of have some sort of defensive swing. Daniel Jackson totally caught off guard.
The first out in the top of the second leaves Chase Freilick on first base for the Northwestern right fielder in Jackson Freeman.
Yeah, too, the strikeout to walk numbers have been great so far on the Cape 4 Ballmer. 8 strikeouts, just a couple of walks really handle that command well. But the most impressive stat to me, well, obviously it's not giving up a run, but also a whip below 1 shows you it's not really a fluke either. He's just not letting a lot of guys on base.
Strikeout to walk ratio, something he really did well last season at TCU. 34 strikeouts to just 10 walks issued. Mentioned about the same ratio this year with the Commodores. Going with the changeup at 83 miles an hour, right down the middle.
Yeah, that actually is a similar ratio. That's good math. And anytime you're walking about, or you're striking out about 4 batters for every walk, that is a very impressive number.
1-2 to lefty Jackson Freeman is spoiled away. Freeman, the rising junior at Northwestern, has been a fixture in that Wildcats team, slowly on the rise. Ladera Ranch, California native, was the 2024 Big Ten all-freshman team selection.
Yeah, it is a program in Northwestern that started to figure it out a little bit, got a new coach, and make their way up in the Big Ten.
Puts it back on the ground over to Lopez. Steps on second for 1, throws over to Schmidt at first. It's a double play turn by Adrian Lopez to end the top of the second. Saw Lopez pull a double play off last time the Commodores were here. Now does it again in the second. We're still scoreless from Gov Fuller Field when we return the bottom of the second on Cape League TV.
You'll always be safe at home with the Diana Lucevero Group at Compass Real Estate.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
What's up? I'm Kent Schmidt, first base from Georgia Tech, and you're watching Cape League TV.
Take a look in the Falmouth Commodores bullpen. Walking away, it's the Kentucky right-hander and Caden Eschman. He's in Falmouth today, but tomorrow will be at Citi Field in Flushing, New York for the first ever exhibition game between the MLB Draft League and the Cape Cod Baseball League. That game is scheduled for 4 p.m. where Eschman will join today's starting center fielder with Falmouth and Micah New. Should be an exciting day between two of the premier collegiate baseball leagues.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. I'm interested to see, too. You know, that's a game where winner or loser of that game doesn't always show everything. Everybody's getting an at-bat. Everybody's getting an inning if you're a pitcher. But some of the best college players in both leagues going to be fun.
Still scoreless. Entering the bottom of the second. Here's Kent Schmidt, who takes a piece of the first pitch he sees, puts it down the right field line. Schmidt takes a big turn on first. He's heading for second. The throw comes in from the right fielder and Jackson Freeman. It's just off the target. A dab at second base for Kent Schmidt. It's a leadoff double to begin the second for the Georgia Tech first baseman.
How about Kent Schmidt hustle it a little bit? He had to make that decision early that he was going to try for 2. Again, you're playing in dirt fields. This grass, maybe a little bit taller, it kind of dies in right field. So that's a really long run for Jackson Freeman to make. And Kent Schmidt just saw that all the way through. And a good throw would have had a chance. But Schmidt doing a nice job making sure there was no chance.
Schmidt had just 4 hits across the first 7 games played. But now make it a 3rd consecutive appearance with his first 3 extra base hits on the summer. A 2 RBI double at Bourne on Wednesday. Had the homer, as we mentioned, at Hyannis last night. And now is double to lead off the bottom of the second. First extra base hit tonight between Chatham and Falmouth. Mark Quattroni, a right-handed Notre Dame catcher, grounds this one over to the shortstop in lane. Takes a few steps to his left and zings it over to first base for out number 1.
Yeah, already you kind of see a difference in the first two innings where we just haven't seen a whole lot of strikeouts early in this season. And especially, too, one thing we haven't noted about the first time these two teams played, that was the most combined strikeouts in a game since they started tracking it back in 2010. I think it was something like 33 strikeouts, 17 for Falmouth pitching, 16 for Chatham pitching.
Strikeouts galore. We mentioned the great starts for Falmouth's Caden Eschman and Chatham's J.T. Quinn, who just finished up his third appearance, got the win last night in that 2-1 victory over Brewster.
And still just the 2 strikeouts so far today, both for Baumler.
Stetson right fielder Landon Moran watches a second pitch ball. Rising senior down there in Florida. Hometown kid from Altamonte Springs, Florida. He's got Ken Schmidt on second base. Takes a big hack at the third pitch he sees for now a 2-1 count.
I'm excited about, Landon Moran getting some playing time at some at-bats. He didn't probably have the junior season he quite thought he'd have at Stetson a season ago, and he'll be the first one to tell you that, especially if you see the first 2 years for him down in DeLand. He has so much raw power and played for a really talented Stetson team that's got a ton of talent from the top to the bottom. And, Moran has been a big part of that for 3 years, got pushed in there all the way in his freshman year, had a great freshman season.
And ASUN all-freshman team selection after hitting .317 his first year with the Hatters. Takes a piece at the changeup that he sees from Calder. Skies it into right center field where the center fielder Henry Ford camps under it. A deke at second base for Ken Schmidt, but the big first baseman wasn't going at all on that one. Flyout is the second out in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, great job battling back after that leadoff double. A lot of pitchers start to panic a little bit, but Calder doing exactly what he needs, a ground ball to the left side of the infield and then fly out shallow enough to keep him put.
It's back-to-back guys that Jared Salsamaki was just looking to find ways to pencil into the lineup. Now brings up the left-hander in Kyle Morrison.
Well, we talked about Moran not getting a ton of starts this year in the outfield, getting a start in right field. Now Morrison hasn't got a ton of starts in the outfield either. He plays left today. And going to need a little more hands-on-deck approach to that outfield. John Smith no longer with this Falmouth Commodore team as of today.
Smith released this morning, who was teammates this past spring with Kyle Morrison at South Alabama. Smith heads to UCF, and Kyle Morrison transfers as well. He's going to Southern Mississippi, where that Southern Alabama team played this past spring, and Morrison called it just a sick atmosphere. Excited to go be an Eagle down there at Southern Miss.
So many people called it sick atmospheres. Another Falmouth Commodore no longer on the active roster. Coleman Mizell talked about it because Alabama went to go play in that regional in back-to-back years now.
Morrison now sees a 2-1 count against the Baylor left-hander, rising senior in Ethan Calder. Ken Schmidt still at second base in this scoreless game between the A's and the Doors. Pitch upstairs against Morrison. First 3-1 count we've seen Calder get himself into.
Yeah, he's done such a great job getting ahead of count so far. It really hasn't even been a thought. He hasn't really been close to walking anyone. It felt like at either point the 2 base hits for Falmouth both came really early in the count from Lopez and Schmidt.
2 outs in the bottom of the second. Ken Schmidt in scoring range. And he'll stay there at second in scoring position as Kyle Morrison earns a 5-pitch walk to extend the bottom of the second.
Now you start to get to the bottom of the lineup with some guys who obviously have a ton of talent and really played well at their schools last season, but have yet to show much so far this summer. McCann does have the solo home run. It's his only RBI, but someone who had 10 bombs and a 950-plus OPS last season.
Second straight lefty to face off against Calder. I mentioned the Hokie catcher. We'll get the end of the bat onto this one into left field. And just going foul and into the stands. We'll bring Schmidt back to second and Morrison back to first, respectively. Allowed strike number 1 to McCann.
Yeah, awkward off the bat, but these Commodores will take it any way they can get it. That's exactly the only run that scored of the first game between these two was on a broken bat bloop from Osterhaus.
Just 73 miles an hour off the end of McCann's bat.
Yeah.
That was one that if it was able to stay fair down the left field line, you knew Schmidt, even rumbling from second to home, he'd be the Doors' first run of this game.
Yeah.
David McCann, the rising junior from Easton, Connecticut. Mentioned that lone RBI he has on the summer came at that solo homer in the loss to YD a week ago. So far, McCann 3 for 20 on the campaign in his 8th game played. Talked about that catcher room under 12-year Major League catcher in Jared Saltalamacchia. It's McCann, Mark Quattroni, who you've already seen today as a designated hitter, and Texas A&M's Bear Harrison, as McCann skies this one into center field, just a few steps to the left for Henry Ford to catch out number 3. Commodores put one in scoring position, but Kent Schmidt has to stay at second after the lead-off double. Still scoreless here between the Anglers and the Commodores. 3rd inning on deck on Cape League TV.
To dig, lift, move, grade, clear, or cut, pump, weld, clean, light, and just about anything else. Dial up the rental source for the newest and the most reliable equipment in New England. Staffed with equipment and construction experts. Milton Rents, your local source.
My name's Jack Berg. I'm a left-handed pitcher currently in the transfer portal. You're watching Commodores baseball on Cape League TV.
Top of the 3rd inning, where we're still scoreless between the Chatham Anglers and the Falmouth Commodores. And to lead off the top of the 3rd inning, it's Indiana first baseman Jake Hanley as the Anglers send up 7, 8, and 9. And to talk a little bit more about Hanley, we're joined by the 3rd member of our crew, Andrew Della Piana. Andrew?
Yeah, he's one of the hottest hitters on the Cape right now. His last 8 games, Ryan, batting .375. In this baseball world, it's kind of a small one. So for Hanley, he is a Mason, Ohio guy, also one of our own guys, Ben Haller. And Hanley in high school played basketball. He was pretty good, played varsity 3 seasons. And look at the right side. Oh, my God, that's Ben Haller, one of our play-by-play guys. They played JV basketball together. It's funny, those two committed the same school year. Jake was a little bit earlier going to Indiana, committed October of 2021. Ben was a little bit later in that school year, but somehow they both end up in Bloomington together as friends, and they even reconnected before today's game, Ryan.
Yeah, great moment there. Thanks so much for sharing, Andrew Della Piana, who mentioned his noodle arm pitching during Andrew's baseball career, and now a JV basketball star with Jake Hanley, the Indiana Hoosier, now in the left-handed batter's box as we welcome back the Indiana Hoosier, Ben Haller, into the booth. So, Ben, your teammate now from JV basketball, the lefty for Chatham.
Yes, Jake was maybe a little bit better at basketball than I was. Definitely better at baseball, too. I think we'll give him the edge all around. I did not expect that hit. I did not know. No. Andrew just took the headset from me before the inning. Fun stuff, yeah. Jake did actually commit to Indiana before I did, and despite what he says, no, I did not go to Indiana to follow him. But got to call some games for him this freshman season, all Big Ten Freshman of the Year this past year in Bloomington.
Not a bad first year for Hanley in Bloomington. You mentioned Big Ten Freshman of the Year and the first-team freshman All-American selection by the National Collegiate Baseball Writers Association.
One of just 2 unanimous, in Indiana baseball history, unanimous freshman All-American. All 5 outlets that have that award picked him to be on the all-freshman team.
So it was the Mason Comets, where he played high school ball too. OHSAA state championship during his senior year.
And he had the classic. He was a two-way guy back in high school, a really good pitcher as well. In the state semifinals, he was the winning pitcher at a complete game shutout. He had the 1 RBI and a 1-0 win to head to the state championship.
He's got a .308 average as well through 10 games played. Sees a 2-2 count from the TCU righty and Trevor Baumler. He can't get the call there from home plate umpire Mike Hinojosa. So it's a full count to begin the 3rd inning. That size, too, for Hanley must have really been important on the basketball court.
Yeah, it's nice. And someone who had to guard him a lot in practice, he didn't grow until later in high school. Obviously, it was still big when he was in his early years, but that's some height later in his college career or high school career too.
Well, Hanley earns a full count walk to begin the third inning. The 6'6", 235-pound first baseman and rising sophomore at Indiana will now head down to first base. Consecutive innings now between the Commodores and the Anglers in which the leadoff man gets on in this scoreless contest.
He did that a lot too in high school, walked. Not a lot of high school pitchers want to throw to him.
Don't blame him, and don't blame him if you trying to pitch around this left-hander now. It's Ashton Larson in his first game back with the Chatham Anglers. He now has the words 2025 National Champion on his resume after his sophomore season at LSU. Spent 31 games with the Anglers last summer and was one of 6 Anglers to be a Cape League All-Star. He's got Hanley on first base, so he'll stay there. Second pitch, second ball for Baumler to the LSU Rising Junior and Overland Park, Kansas native Larson. Larson joined Cade Arambidi as the 2 LSU Tigers got to Chatham just a few days ago. Larson joining back into the starting 9 for the first time this season. He has the designated hitter spot to get comfortable in the lefty box.
Yeah, he didn't get a ton of at-bats at LSU this spring, only 39 of them, but he played in 34 games. He got a lot of pinch hit appearances. Also came in as a defensive replacement a decent amount for an LSU team, but still, some of the bats in that LSU lineup that he got to learn from and get to train with and practice and all that.
Strike delivered to make a hitter's count 3-1 from Baumler.
And also his teammate, college teammate, who redshirted this season, Devin Sheeran, could look on him in the Falmouth bullpen right now.
We talked to Sheeran a few games ago, actually the day after LSU swept Coastal Carolina to win the 2025 championship. 3-1 is fanned through by Larson.
Yeah, that was actually the day of we talked to him. It was the championship
later. You're right.
It was
You're
the
right,
Sunday.
'cause it was an early start time.
Early start, yeah. And it was only a couple hours after they had officially won, so you got pure happiness and a real reaction from Sheeran there, too.
Yeah. He was ecstatic. He was talking about all the places he's been watching LSU, all over here on Cape Cod. That's a full pitch that Larson will not look at, and it's going to be a strikeout for the LSU Tiger. Right on the inner third of the zone, the 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Baumler. That's his third strikeout in this one. And third backwards K as well.
That's what Baumler's doing so well, and we talked about him being aggressive. It's interesting to see the different approaches from this Chatham hitters. It feels like it's only either contact made in the first couple of pitches or some conservativeness from the batters as well, as we're seeing the 3 backward Ks, all of them in the second batter of the innings.
So here's Isaiah Lane in the 9 spot. Still has Jake Hanley over at first base after the leadoff walk. And the strikeout to Ashton Larson. Puts 1 out in the top of the 3rd inning, still scoreless between Falmouth and Chatham. Lane grounds it over to Lopez. Over to Newstrom for 1, to Schmidt at first, and for the 2nd straight inning, it's a double play turn, starting by the shortstop, Adrian Lopez. Falmouth's defense has come to play in this one as we're still scoreless through 2 1/3. We'll be right back on Cape League TV to see if the Commodores can put the first run across.
Introducing Open Cape, the local nonprofit internet service provider in this region. Open Cape's fast and reliable network is 100% fiber optic, providing affordable internet connectivity. To learn more, visit opencape.org and always speak with a live Open Cape representative. Open Cape, providing choice and competition for your home or business and the official internet provider of your Falmouth Commodores.
We are Open Cape.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
I'm Ben Royo, shortstop from Texas A&M, and you're watching Commodores Baseball on Cape League TV.
Appreciate the message there from Ben Royo. He's one of a handful of Commodores that this summer kids age 5 to 18 can sign up for with the Falmouth Commodores Youth Development Clinics to learn from. Live a day in the life of a Commodore and train with top college players here at Gov Fuller Field. You can register today on our website at capecodleague.com/Falmouth. Always a fun time to bring your gloves, hang out at Gov Fuller Field. Even more fun when you can learn from some of the top collegiate baseball talent. That's exactly what Chatham now brings up with the new right-hander out of the bullpen. It's the Mississippi State's Duke Stone, making his 4th appearance on Cape Cod.
Yeah, somebody who ran into a little bit of trouble in his first few appearances, but nothing I think I'd be too concerned of if I was a Chatham fan. Obviously, the 3 earned runs and 3 2/3 for him so far. All of those have come in relief, but again, it's a Chatham team that's played a lot of really good offenses. And the numbers I like, 5 strikeouts for him. He has yet to walk a batter of those 3 2/3. So just leaving a couple of pitches across the middle of the zone, and he's got hit a couple times, but no really command issues to be concerned about.
The 6'5", 225-pound rising sophomore there in Starksville has 9-1-2 due up in this Commodore order. It starts with Chris Newstrom, the Tennessee second baseman. Watches the first pitch ball to begin the bottom of the 3rd inning in this scoreless contest between the Anglers and Commodores. Some action early already for the Commodores in their bullpen down the first base line. It's the West Virginia right-hander, and Robbie Porco would be the second appearance we see him make with the Commodores this season.
Yeah, and as this season gets later, you get closer to the MLB draft as well, you start to see shorter and shorter starts from starting pitchers. Saw it yesterday with Matt Saucer didn't get out of the 3rd inning, and then you saw the Hyena starter get pulled early after not really struggling at all. But just 5 appearances last season for Stone at a 5.79 ERA. 4 2/3 in those 5 innings, so he was really only used as a 1-inning guy in some of those midweeks.
The rising sophomore and Phoenix native, and Chris Newstrom, right and ready to begin the outing for Stone. There you see Porco again. Has yet to allow a run. They're picking up a couple good innings in that 2-run win at Bourne a couple days ago. First batter faced by Stone, and it's a 5-pitch walk to Chris Newstrom. He's on to begin the bottom of the 3rd.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate the importance of some of the arms that Falmouth has added in the last last week, really. And both Robbie Porco and then Matthew Dallas coming back to Falmouth as well is going to be big going forward. A pitching staff that already had a great first week, just gets better and better.
It's a Falmouth staff that also just added their 2nd Mountaineer, activated just yesterday, was Carson Estridge. A couple of West Virginia arms now joining the bullpen for first-year pitching coach Todd Carroll. As up comes Cal 3rd baseman Carl Schmidt for his 2nd plate appearance after he ground out to the shortstop in Isaiah Lane on the very first pitch in the first for the Commodores. He'll knock one over that way again. Slow roller, those. The 3rd baseman Gavin Gallagher will get it to 3rd base. It does advance Chris Newstrom with the first out in the bottom of the 3rd.
Well, bright thing for Falmouth too. Newstrom's probably one of the runners you'd want most on the base paths right now. Especially at the Commodores, we saw early in the year they were trying to play a lot of small ball. They did it a little bit the first time against Chatham. They've gone away from it. You talked about this team leads the Cape Cod League in home runs, and they have a lot of power. Which is it's interesting to think about the less small ball, the more power. When we talked to Jared Saltamamaki at the beginning of the year and he talked about the roster makeup, it almost feels like it was the opposite. He said, we have guys who could put the ball in play. We might not have all the home run hitters. Well, his team's hitting a lot of home runs so far this year.
you mentioned just guys who can get balls into play and playing great defense. That's exactly what Adrian Lopez has done so far in this game. Now the USC shortstop into the righty box for the second time today. Lopez had a single in the first inning, but then the fielder's choice took him off the base pass. He has returned to 2 double plays in back-to-back innings there at short, though, really commanding the infield. He's got Chris Newstrom at second now.
Yeah, I mean, Lopez is just a tireless worker. One of the best signs, too, for him. He's someone who started most of the game to the beginning of the year at USC. Most games, about 2 out of 3 every weekend, but not every game. And he said it was about the middle of the Big Ten season where it was against Penn State. The first game of that series, he didn't even get the start. Came into pinch hit, got 2 pinch hit base hits, and then 7 base hits in games 2 and 3. They put him in the starting lineup, didn't take him out after that. He worked all the way to the 3-hole and cleanup in games in the regionals.
Newstrom takes off for third base, but he'll have to head back over to second. Lopez fouls a pitch over the first base dugout for a 1-2 count. Californian through and through for Lopez, originally from Baldwin Park, California. Spent his freshman year at Long Beach State. He hit .225 there before seeing that average jump up to .332 in his first year of Big Ten ball with the USC Trojans.
Yeah, you make a jump like that from school to school with, playing a bit tougher competition and also see that batting average jump. That just shows you some fluky things might happen in his freshman season at Long Beach State.
Not just a jump, a 107-point bump up for Lopez. And now we'll put this one into the air and down into right center field. Chris Newstrom gets the stop sign over at third base from third base coach Jack O'Reilly. It's his second hit and second plate appearance for Adrian Lopez. That's how that average has gone up. Good at-bats worked by the USC shortstop. Runners on the corners now for Micah New.
He's not afraid to just do what he needs to do to get on base, too. He's not someone who's looking for a home run every single time he goes up to the plate. That's what you see in this middle of the Falmouth lineup. 2 guys who have that home run ability coming up, and New and then Schmidt on deck. We'll see if they can just put a ball in play. Deep fly ball for New will do it.
New grounded out to the third baseman Gallagher in the first inning. I've got Newstrom at that third base bag, 90 feet away from being the first run in this game with 1 out in the bottom of the third. You just heard about New joining Caden Eschman as the 2 players represented on the Commodores roster. They'll be at Citi Field tomorrow in Flushing, New York for the first ever exhibition game between the Cape Cod Baseball League and MLB Draft League. And New's got so much to play for, a guy who is draft eligible, also in the transfer portal, looking for his 3rd home in the last 3 years. Started his career at New Orleans, spent a year at Marshall. Now weighing his options between a new collegiate school, potentially seeing if he gets drafted in this year's 2025 draft.
He's someone that, if he doesn't go this year, 1 more year at a really good school, and you feel like he could be a pretty high draft pick. It's a Marshall school that finished towards the bottom of the Sun Belt, obviously a very good Sun Belt conference with teams like Coastal Carolina and Southern Miss. But he was one of the better players in that Sun Belt conference, despite being at Marshall.
The Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, and righty swinging center fielder leads the Cape Cod Baseball League in slugging right now. Also tied for first with 3 home runs and 6 overall extra base hits.
Yeah. We'll see a couple doubles from him, too.
Hit and runs on for Lopez, but he heads back to first base. Now a 2-2 count to New.
Yeah, you could tell that was a called hit and run, that New just didn't like the pitch, so a very defensive swing to just kind of swipe at it and foul it off to keep Lopez alive.
Fastball comes in at 86 on the outer third against New. Just fouls it off. Runners on the corners. 2-2 as Lopez is off. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. Tried to strike him out, throw out. Instead, it gets over the glove of the shortstop Lane and allows Chris Newstrom to score easily from third. Both Newstrom and New will walk back to the dugout. Or they're going to call Lopez out over at second. Jared Saltzamaki comes out to have a word quickly. We'll see if there's an interference call on Lopez or what the scoring is.
I don't know what the interference could be for Lopez. The only thing is Micah New. I think Micah New might have stepped into the throwing lane of Freilich behind the plate. That could be the only explanation. Obviously, there's no possible interference at second base from Lopez. So that's what they're going to call interference on Micah New. Going to be responsible for both outs and a huge break for Chatham getting out of the inning.
And, of course, that would keep the run off the board as Chris Newstrom's stroll home from third to home will not count. That's exactly right. Micah New interfering on the catcher. Chase Freilich's throw down to the shortstop in Isaiah Lane. It takes a couple hits, but it's still 0-0 between the Anglers and Commodores entering the top of the fourth inning on Cape League TV.
Hi, I'm Michael Kasparian, president of the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is here for the benefit of the whole community. Whether you're a local business or a visitor, Falmouth has endless offerings, from its beautiful beaches and historical sites to its local shopping and eateries. The Chamber bridges the 8 villages, providing visitors with all the tools to make their trip one to remember. Our visitor center is located in downtown Falmouth, just off of Main Street. Come by and meet our team. The Falmouth Chamber of Commerce, your community connection.
You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Still scoreless between the Anglers and Commodores entering the top of the fourth inning, which you know what it means. It's time for Doors Trivia. Here's tonight's question. Chatham already has 3 ties this season in 12 games. Since 2010, who has the most ties in a season and how many? Is it Orleans 8, Chatham 9, Brewster 7, or YD 10? Ryan Martin alongside Ben Haller back with you on Cape League TV. Ben, they called Chatham the place of the fifth inning fog for a reason. I think it's got to be B, Chatham with 9. Your thoughts?
It could also be Brewster, who has some games cut short due to not having lights. YD's in the same boat.
Yep.
So a really good question, actually, where there are a lot of options that would make sense. You know what? 3 of those options really made sense. I'm going to go with the one that you don't really have an explanation for. I'm going to go with A there and say that it was Orleans with 8 of them.
Okay, well, our producer Dan Papilla has been killing it with those questions. That's exactly what the West Virginia right-hander Robbie Porco did on Wednesday at Bourne. Porco now into this game where he has the top of the lineup due up for Chatham after 3 innings in which it is Trevor Baumler facing the minimum on his first Cape Cod Baseball League start. Baumler goes 3 innings, allows just 1 hit, no earned runs, walks 1, but strikes out 3. Henry Ford, the Tennessee center fielder, up for the second time. He grounded out to the shortstop Adrian Lopez on the very first pitch in this game.
Yeah, someone who's just ambushed baseballs back in Virginia this past season and trying to do the same early in counts, you can tell, this summer league.
Ford lifts it foul past the netting, and David McCann, Kent Schmidt both have to just watch it. Be a new souvenir for a fan here watching Sunday Night Baseball from Gov Fuller Field. Charlottesville, Virginia native Ford, now rising junior at Tennessee. He might never step onto the field in Knoxville, though. The 73rd ranked prospect by Major League Baseball's projections for the upcoming draft.
And we've talked a lot about it with Micah New. It's similar build where he's just kind of that 5-tool guy. He's got so much speed and strength. He can hit for power. Obviously a very good hitter. He's got a good arm in center field.
Career best .336 average with 17 homers for the Who's during his sophomore season. Still trying to find his footing in the Cape League, though. Got a 1-2 count. First batter faced by Porco. And it's a strikeout looking for Henry Ford. 1 batter faced, 1 strikeout for the West Virginia Mountaineer. Porco getting off to a good start again in the top of the 4th.
It's an interesting story, too, as Ford goes to the bench. This Virginia this past season. The reason I bring it up now is because you see him. You also see when the Commodores faced Evan Blanco a couple games ago, who also played at Virginia. And both of those guys going into their junior year were all ACC freshman team members. Ford was one of the best hitters in the ACC as a freshman. Blanco, one of the best relievers in the ACC as a freshman. And then they come into their sophomore season, expect a lot out of both of them. They both take a little bit of dips, and this Virginia team really struggled. Now Brian O'Connor's gone. They're both in the portal.
Gavin Gallagher, the third baseman from UNC. Mentioned the former ACC hitter in 4 years, a current one in the Tar Heel Gallagher. He was the first of 3 strikeout victims for Trevor Ballmer. In his first start on Cape Cod, the TCU Horned Frog won't have the decision in this game, obviously. But it was a good outing for Ballmer, nonetheless.
Yeah, they're sticking to that 3-inning kind of deal for Baumler, and he was outstanding in those first 3. 3 strikeouts, all of them looking. Got some help from his defense, too, with a couple of double plays. Shout out Adrian Lopez at short. But, I mean, that's credit to the pitcher, too. You realize you got a man on base with 1 out. You keep the ball on the ground, keep it low in the zone. That's what he did.
Bit of a pitch-com issue for a moment between Porco and McCann. But here's a 6'8", 235-pound righty on the 0-2 count. He spikes it in the dirt. McCann blocks it away. For Porco, we've seen a little bit already of what he brings in, the West Virginia right-hander, experimenting with a 5-pitch mix. Uses the fastball about 53% of the time. It'll top out at 94, 95. Also has a slider he uses 1 in every 3 pitches, a cutter, and experimenting with a changeup and a curve.
Yeah, and the most impressive thing for Porco to me, at least at the school season, is that jump from his sophomore to his junior season. 7.5 ERA that freshman year. That got up a little bit to 8.71. Struggled a little bit that sophomore season. This past year in his 12 appearances, started 4 games, got his ERA below 5, 4.64, and was really one of the best pitchers and most versatile guys, at least, in that West Virginia pitching staff.
A 1-2 count. It's Gallagher. Fouls it back off and stays alive. Mentioned the sub-5 ERA for Porco. Maybe because he's relaxed. He had that viral moment within the world of NIL. He says that there was a posting that for $1, Robbie Porco will come chill with you. A calm pitcher at 6'8", 235. Be a big friend to have come hang out.
Yeah.
Porco said that him and his Mountaineer teammates were sitting in a meeting with an influencer, and he was just bored. So he went on and made a listing as they were talking about how to profit off the name, image, and likeness. That's college athletics for you in 2025. It was a year and a half ago, and he had forgotten about it, but it popped up recently this past spring as West Virginia started having some success this year. Finds it funny. He says no one took him up on the offer, though. That's sad. He says, be my friend, and no one's there for it.
Yeah. Well, West Virginia, I'm sure very happy to have him in the bullpen, though, at least.
Still has a 1-2 count now. It's Gallagher. So might stay and be playable for Schmidt. Just running out of room in front of the Commodores' bullpen. It's still 1-2. Warrenton, Pennsylvania native is Porco. He's a rising senior at West Virginia after playing high school ball at Central Bucks South. Meanwhile, Gallagher, and we mentioned the strikeout looking in the first inning. 3 strikeouts for Trevor Ballmer, all looking by Gallagher, Daniel Jackson, and Ashton Larson, respectively. Porco looks in again to McCann and fires the 1-2. It's upstairs on Gallagher.
Yeah, both pitchers for Falmouth today are guys who got some innings in the regional this season. West Virginia played, I believe that was the Raleigh Regional and Duke. It was them, West Virginia, and Kentucky as the top 3 seeds. Pitching inning a third against Kentucky. Did give up a few runs.
It took a while to finally.
Clemson Regional, there it
Clemson,
is.
the Clemson one. South Carolina. Took a while. This count finally full. The 10th pitch of the at-bat between Porco and Gallagher. Here it is. Swing and a miss from Porco. He wins the marathon against the UNC third baseman. It's his second consecutive strikeout. 1 looking, now 1 swinging for Robbie Porco to begin his second appearance on Cape Cod.
Yeah, I like the patience of Porco, too. Just having a couple of pitches where, it might take him a little bit to get settled in, but a couple of change-ups, keeps down in the zone. I think the 5-pitch mix is something you don't see a whole lot at the college level, and it could really make it tough, keeping a hitter on his toes.
90 miles an hour on a fastball that goes low and outside on Gallagher. Same pitch location where Mendoza grounds this one over to the second baseman. Newstrom picks it up at belt tight and throws over to Schmidt for out number 3. In the first inning of work for Robbie Porco, retires the Anglers in order. We're still scoreless here from Gov Fuller Field. The Commodores look to change that in the bottom of the fourth, where we'll talk to you next on Cape League TV.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
Introducing Open Cape, the local nonprofit internet service provider in this region. Open Cape's fast and reliable network is 100% fiber optic, providing affordable internet connectivity. To learn more, visit opencape.org and always speak with a live Open Cape representative. Open Cape, providing choice and competition for your home or business and the official internet provider of your Falmouth Commodores.
We are Open Cape.
I'm Trevor Baumler, right-handed pitcher from TCU, and you're watching Commodores baseball on Cape League TV.
Bottom of the fourth inning, scoreless between Chatham and Falmouth. The Anglers will send up a new pitcher. Before we introduce who that pitcher is, let's see the answer. Ben, I was right. The most fog-outs, or the most ties in a season is Chatham. Because of those fog-outs, they had 9. I didn't work out with our producer, Dan Papillo, but I guess it was Chatham all along.
That is a lot of ties in this season, but I guess they're heading into a similar direction. We've played almost, or just about, that's game 13 now, just about a third of the way through the season. They have 3, so we're almost exactly on pace.
So here for first-year manager Dennis Cook, it's the second straight Mississippi State Bulldog that he brings out of his bullpen in this one. Charlie Foster, the rising sophomore there in Starksville, who had a great first appearance on Cape Cod in that opening day loss to the Commodores. See that ERA is still at 129 to his third appearance.
Yeah, you could tell that these Chatham guys love Mississippi State Arms, a team that had a very good season in the SEC. And you start to see why Charlie Foster, only 2 appearances, but gave him some length in those appearances. Doesn't have a start, but a total of 7 innings. 1 3-inning appearance out of the bullpen and 1 4-inning appearance out of the bullpen. And only giving up a run in one of those.
He did pretty much all that he could in that 1-0 loss to this Commodores team on opening day at Veterans Field. Came in for JT Quinn and pitched 4 innings, gave up just 1 hit, struck out 6. But again, that RBI single from Justin Osterhaus against JT Quinn was all the Commodores needed in that 1-0 win. See what the Commodores can do. Middle part of the order due up to welcome in Charlie Foster. It starts off with Georgia Tech first baseman Kent Schmidt. He led off the second inning as well. That was a double for Schmidt.
Yeah, second double, actually third double of the season for Schmidt. A lot of hustle. That wasn't one that's a typical hard hit double. Didn't get to the wall or anything.
Schmidt at 6'2", 220. Took that big turn on first base after he hit it to the right fielder Jackson Freeman. Thought he might have gotten shot over there at second base, but the throw from Freeman just off the mark. The big thing, though, we've talked about the Commodores' struggles this season on this 5-7 start to the year. Runners in scoring position and advancing those runners hasn't come easy for Falmouth this year.
Yeah, and I think it's something, again, where they expected them to be a little better at that early in the year. A lot of the runs coming on, solo home runs, 2-run home runs. Just 1 run yesterday from a solo shot from this guy.
Yeah, solo homer yesterday. Only run scored in that 5-1 loss. And Schmidt sends another one into right field. This one's deeper for Freeman. He looks up at the wall, and it's gone again for Kent Schmidt. Back-to-back games with a homer for the power-hitting Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket. Kent Schmidt makes this a 1-0 game on the 381-foot homer into right field. It's 1-0 Doors.
I mean, we've said it so much. It's just a matter of time before Schmidt started to break out. The frustrations with the offense, a lot of it come from your best players. And Kent Schmidt was someone who, he'll be the first one to tell you wasn't swinging it the way he would have wanted to. But he had a lot of hard hit outs, a lot of hard contact that he just didn't have anything to show for. And it's such a sigh of relief to see him start to break out. He has been fantastic in the last week or so.
That one was over the East End tap sign on right field all the way through. It's the second game with a homer for Schmidt. Second game with a no-doubter as well for the first baseman. He knew he'd find the power at some point. We've seen the power already from Notre Dame catcher Mark Quattroni. So for one today with the ground out. But Quattroni's got a homer. Now Schmidt has 2 as part of the Commodores' 11 home runs as a team. That leads any team on Cape Cod.
And Schmidt knew it, too. You saw him watch that one go, drop his bat a little bit. Again, with how frustrating it's been, just with a lot of hard hit outs, you could tell how relieving it was for him, how much joy he feels.
First run for the Commodores on Falmouth's 4th hit in this game. 2 of those have been extra base hits now for Ken Schmidt. Double in his first plate appearance, solo homer in his second. That led off the second and fourth, respectively. Mark Quattroni looks to keep the good times rolling. The Springfield, Pennsylvania, now rising junior at Notre Dame, who just announced his commitment to South Bend a few days ago after 2 seasons at Cornell. Still wearing that big red batting helmet. Would love if they got him a gold. Imagine if they sent him a gold helmet.
I know. We saw it with Carson Tinney, who he's replacing as the catcher at Notre Dame. But not only his catching gear, but his batting helmet. So cool with the bright gold.
5-pitch walk earned by Quattroni. Fighting Irish backstop now takes first base. He's the designated hitter today. Mentioned this big and powerful catching room that Jared Saltzmakia has at his disposal. You'll almost always see 2 of those catchers in the lineup. Quattroni now at first base for Landon Moran. 1-0 Commodores in the bottom of the 4th inning after the solo homer for Ken Schmidt to lead off this 4th with Falmouth. Commodores 1 run on 4 hits. Chatham still nothing on the just lone hit in this game for the Anglers. Stetson right fielder ran into the lefty box with double play depth for the middle infield pairing of Lane and Mendoza for the Anglers. So not the outing the Mississippi State southpaw Charlie Foster wanted in his second appearance against this Falmouth team this season. Gives up the solo homer to Schmidt and then the walk to Quattroni. Leaves one on the ground for Moran, though, as Hanley takes one bounce off of first base. Gets him at first, and the attack applied by the shortstop Lane. I think he dropped the ball there against the designated hitter Quattroni.
Yeah, dropped the ball at second. It's a really good throw from Hanley on to second, just not able to be handled there. And a big break for Falmouth, too. That's a big difference. Nobody on base with 2 outs. Now a runner on second with just 1 out.
You'd obviously rather take Moran at first base and Quattroni at second. Notre Dame designated hitter now in scoring position for the Southern Mississippi left fielder Kyle Morrison. Morrison has a pair of RBI already on the season through 9 games played.
This is a bottom third that's just trying to figure it out a little bit. Morrison, McCann, Dewstrom, all 3 very good hitters. And Morrison especially when he was one of the best hitters on that South Alabama team, sticking in the Sun Belt.
The trio of Commodores that have been patient so far today, just as Morrison takes the first pitch ball low. Between Morrison, McCann, and Newstrom, a pair of walks so far through that trio. Morrison walked in the second, and then Newstrom walked to begin the third. Quattroni off at second with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th for Morrison. He'll foul that one back out of play down the third base line. Third baseman Gallagher shading in. As the second baseman in Mendoza, he's way back on the outfield grass. Set up for Morrison.
This is a big end of the inning, too. Foster obviously did not have the start to the inning he wanted, but he could still settle in. Someone you'd guess could go a few innings. Already got 7 innings, just 2 appearances. You give up that home run and a walk right after, but now the ground out, if you get out of this inning, you give yourself some confidence and still the ability to give Chatham a couple more really good innings.
That one run on the solo homer to Schmidt's already more runs than he's given up against his Commodores team as he gets a strikeout on Kyle Morrison. First of the outing for Charlie Foster. And for Foster, who went 4 innings, allowed just the 1 hit, but struck out 6 against the Commodores as the back 4 innings in that 1-0 Falmouth win at Veterans Field to lead this season off. Foster's ERA just north of 2 after that solo homer to Schmidt. Here's David McCann, the Virginia Tech catcher. Lefty on lefty here with 2 gone in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, and again, not a Falmouth lineup that has a ton of lefties either. But when you see so many lefties like Falmouth is right now, sometimes you just get used to it a little bit. I mean, they've seen more lefties than righties the last week, which is really rare.
McCann skies this one into foul territory down the first base line where Jake Hanley, the Indiana first baseman, will pull down the catch in foul territory. First run of this game comes across on the solo leadoff homer for Kent Schmidt. And after him, Mark Quattroni gets a second. He'll be stranded there. It's 1-0 Commodores entering the top of the 5th inning right here on Cape League TV.
You'll always be safe at home with the Diana Lucevero Group at Compass Real Estate.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
On behalf of the Cape Cod Baseball League, we would like to thank the following league partners for their continued support: Cape Space, Cape Cod 5, Cisco Brewers, Cape Cod Healthcare, Hampton Inn, Franklin Sports, Highline Cruises, Jersey Mike's, and of course, thank you to Major League Baseball for over 50 years of support.
I'm Trevor Baumler, right-handed pitcher from TCU, and you're watching Commodores Baseball on Cape League TV.
Top of the 5th inning, and it's now a 1-0 Commodores lead over the Chatham Anglers. So Robbie Porco's still on the mound here. With Porco on the mound, quick message too: a happy birthday to my mom. Mom, happy birthday. So glad that you've made all the sacrifices and really appreciative of everything that you've done to let me sitting in this chair right next to Ben Haller. I love you and appreciate you. Can't wait to see you so soon. Back to the top of the 5th inning here between the Commodores and the Anglers. It's a 1-0 contest here, and it's the middle third of the order due up for the 2nd inning of work with Robbie Porco. Chase Fralick, the Auburn catcher, to lead things off.
Something going on in the middle of the field right now, too. Is that Adrian Lopez who's squatting?
Lopez being treated to by the athletic training staff of the Commodores. Field manager Jared Saltzamakia comes out as well.
Oh, man. Heading back to that dugout, too. Obviously no speculation. Really don't have any idea what happened. I wasn't watching the field when it happened. Someone said on the other end he's bleeding from his mouth. I didn't see him get hit or anything in the face, but again, I wasn't watching him the whole time. But got hit in the head with a fastball the 2nd game of the season, and now something going on with his mouth.
So no one on the Commodores' dugout grabbing a glove just yet, as the umpire trio of Hinojosa behind the plate, first base umpire Ramirez, and third base umpire Ing Augusta will come have a word with field manager Jared Saltzamakia. Might be Lopez who's just treated to and then head back over to shortstop.
Well, I think that's what the conversation is with Saltzamakia and the umpires are saying. If we can get him patched up real quick and he's ready to go, I mean, the conversation is how much time can you really waste with Lopez on the bench? Like you said, no replacement shortstop has gone out to take the field yet. So, and by the time it would take to get a new player out there, I mean, now a conversation on the Chatham side, too.
You think about the options for Jared Saltzlamakia on the bench. Both Justin Osterhaus and Ben Royo inactive for this game for the Commodores. Those are two potential middle infield options who are not coming off the bench in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that might be part of the conversation, too. I'm trying to think of options. And, of course, Newstrom's at second base today. Kyle Morrison.
They got him from left field. He's played some second base this week.
Second base. You can move Newstrom to short, Morrison at second, and have some replacement in the outfield.
Remember, Lopez missed about a week of action after being hit in the Commodores' home opener. Got cleared by medical staff just after Fenway Day. And has been great being back in the lineup. We already mentioned the two singles he has today. He joins Kent Schmidt as the only Commodores to have a hit today. They both have multiple hits. 1 run on 4 hits in this game so far for Falmouth. No runs on 1 hit for the Anglers. Gives us a second also to look around Gov Fuller Field. It's bright and sunny Sunday night. Good crowd on hand here as we're just days away from entering the July calendar month. Adrian Lopez, he's a tough cookie. He'll head back over to shortstop.
Yeah, again, not really sure exactly what happened, but saw him getting patched up towards the mouth. But he does not want to be out for more time. He's a tough guy. He'll handle it at short, especially too. You got a 2-hit day. You got a couple more at bats coming up.
A 2-hit day. He's already turned 2 double plays as well. And a 6-3 to end the second, and then a simple 6-4-3 to end the third. Lopez has been that defensive MVP so far through 4 innings played. Couldn't turn a double play in the 4th inning, though, where Robbie Porco struck out the first 2 batters he faced in Henry Ford and Gavin Gallagher, respectively. He's got the middle third of the order again. Starts with the Auburn catcher in Chase Freilich. Shrug off for Porco on the first pitch he throws. He didn't expect that extended time of standing on the mound but not pitching either, as Lopez got treated to.
Sometimes best time to experiment with a pitch or try something crazy is when nobody's on base with that first batter.
Lefty on righty against Chase Freilich, Peachtree City, Georgia native, and rising sophomore at Auburn. He has the lone hit in this game so far, a single to begin the second.
Yeah, you got a single here in that second from Freilich, and then also a walk to start things off on the third by Jake Hanley. Despite those 2 guys getting on, now we're in the 5th. Falmouth pitching has faced the minimum because of those 2 double plays you talked about from Lopez. So this is the beginning of the middle or the top of the 5th, and it is the cleanup hitter Chase Freilich.
There's been 2 base runners in this game for Chatham. I mentioned the single from Freilich to begin the second, a walk from Jake Hanley to begin the third. And those 2 double plays turned by Adrian Lopez. Exactly, no runner has even touched second base here for Chatham. That'll make it a 3rd base runner for the Anglers. All 3 have been to lead off the inning, 2nd, 3rd, and now 5th respectively. It's a walk issued to Chase Freilich. He's still 1 for 1 and reaches first place for the 2nd time today.
Yeah, when you look at some of the struggles that Robbie Porco had in his first couple of seasons at West Virginia, some of it was, the command issues. He actually walked more batters in 2024, his sophomore season, than he struck out. 17 walks to 11 strikeouts. Freshman year, 29 walks to 44 strikeouts. Not a great ratio. When you compare it to Trevor Baumler, who's almost striking out 4 for every batter he walks.
You got to think, if you're Adrian Lopez at shortstop, guy who's always smiling, one of the most amiable guys for the Commodores, got to be excited now for another guy at first base.
Yeah.
Californian. Can he turn a 3rd double play? We'll see if the ball goes his way. Not on this pitch, as it's Daniel Jackson, Georgia left fielder, who fouls it back. Jackson was the 2nd of 3 strikeout victims for TCU right-hander Trevor Baumler, who made his 3rd appearance with the Commodores' first start. Only pitched 3 innings, but again, facing the minimum thanks to those 2 double plays turned. Now faces off against another Big 12 arm, a tall right-hander in Robbie Porco, who now finds himself down 2-1.
The funny thing, though, about his struggles the first 2 years, he had a 4-1 win-loss record in 23 and a 2-1 win-loss record in 24.
Porco catches the outside of the zone. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. To Daniel Jackson, today's left fielder. But someone who's played all over in Athens for head coach Wes Johnson. How about this? You look at his 2025 where he made 36 starts at 5 different positions. Corner outfield spots. Caught 12 games. Designated hit and first base. And first base is where he'll now take after getting plunked in the shoulder by Porco. Now 2 on for Chatham.
Yeah, and something happened with McCann after that, too, after the ball ricocheted off the arm of Jackson. It looks like he's okay, though. Grimacing for a second, but then telling home plate umpire he's good.
It's the first hit batter by either team in this game. And after the leadoff walk issued to Freilich and then plunking Jackson, it causes a mound meeting, the first of the day for first-year Commodores pitching coach Todd Carroll. He'll come have a word with his 6'8 right-hander in Porco.
It's the first time that Chatham has put a runner in scoring position today. Just to walk in the second, or single in the second and walk in the third. So, new territory for Falmouth pitching today.
And again, until that walk issued from Freilich, or even still, and then the hit by pitch to Daniel Jackson, it was Commodores pitchers of Baumler and Porco who had faced the minimum through the first 4 innings. It was because the double play turned by Lopez to end the second and the third innings. So Commodores pitching still could face the minimum. Do we see the first triple play for the Commodores on the season? That'd be something.
That would be a lot. I'd feel like it is destined to face the minimum on the day if that happens.
Yeah. 27 up, 27 down for the Anglers. Jackson Freeman into the lefty box. Lefty versus righty with the Northwestern right fielder, who, wouldn't you know, grounded into a double play to end the second. Swings at the first pitch he sees. He'll get down in front of left fielder Morrison for a base hit. Stop sign goes up for Freilich at third base. Now bases are loaded on just the second hit of this game for Chatham. Still no one got on the top of the 5th, in which Jake Hanley now threatens to do some damage.
It's like what we talked about earlier, too. A lot of times, if you're Falmouth, you're like, never a great situation when the bases are loaded, nobody out, but at least you get to the bottom third here. But this is a Chatham bottom third. You get Hanley, the Big Ten Freshman of the Year, Larson, who was a national champion, and Isaiah Lane, a very good hitter, too.
Infield works in now as the lefty first baseman Hanley takes pitch 1, and officially Commodores pitchers no longer facing the minimum. They took 4 full innings and 2 base runners for Chatham. But the defensive masterclass from Falmouth kept the minimum until Jake Hanley now steps in with the bases loaded. 1-0 Commodores after the solo homer for Ken Schmidt in the last half inning. And Porco came in a pressure situation just days after getting to Cape Cod, and his first appearance in the league was at Bourne on Wednesday.
Well, he had 2 strikeouts in his first appearance today back in the 4th, so would love a couple here.
Most pressure either team has faced, and this one will get inside the bag for a base hit. There'll be a contact at it down the left field line. It's third base umpire in Thomas Augusta who puts the hands up. This will score at least a pair for Chatham.
Yeah, so this is an interesting situation. Hanley laces one down the third base line, and a kid picked it up in foul territory. There's also an inflatable dinosaur over there, if that adds to the context. Course, right? Because there's always an inflatable dinosaur, right? You can see the players smiling and laughing about it a little bit. This ends up being umpire's discretion on how many runs would score. Usually they just call this the ground rule double, 2 come in. But if they really want to say that they thought all 3 would score here, they do have the power and the ability and the authority to say that it's a 3-run double for Hanley.
The base runner in question would have been Jackson Freeman at first base.
Yeah. I mean, so Freilich and Daniel Jackson score no matter what. Yep. The question is, does Jackson Freeman come home? I think they're going to roll that a double. I don't really see any chance of being less than that.
And it had to have been the home plate umpire and Mike Hinojosa who has to have the ruling on where Freeman is, because you know the third base umpire and Thomas Augusto is watching the left field line to see if that ball goes fair or foul. So he can't have a good read if Freeman had an opportunity to go from first to home. 3 umpires in Hinojosa, Augusta, and Ruben Ramirez III having a word. And they will call it a ground rule double. Hanley will stay over at second. Freeman will be at third. It's 2-1 Chatham lead now in the top of the fifth inning.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. You know, that's some of the positives of having that open left field line where there's no netting down there. Is for cause for a unique experience. Sometimes, though, those kinds of things can happen.
It's part of the uniqueness of all 10 Cape Cod Baseball League parks. Much different than some of these SEC, Big Ten fields that these guys are used to playing at. Certainly not something I think you'd see at West Virginia where Robbie Porco is used to playing his college ball. So here's Ashton Larson, the 2025 national champion with LSU. On for his second plate appearance on his second summer with the Chatham Anglers. He's got 2 in scoring position as the infield's in.
And I think you could tell the kid's a little upset after that happened, too. I mean, after Homer, the Falmouth mascot's going to go over and try to cheer some kids up.
Is that a battle between...
Oh, maybe not cheering him up.
Some of our
maybe he wants
interns
to
there
fight
as
the
well.
dinosaur.
Homer versus dinosaur.
I tell you what, this might be the most chaotic top of the fifth inning I've seen in a long time.
On the diamond, it's been 2 runs on the 2-run ground rule double for Jake Hanley. He's over at second base now. You see a little Homer versus dinosaur action. Who did you have in that battle?
The dinosaur.
I think
absolutely,
so, too.
100%.
Has to be, right? 2 on still for Ashton Larson. 1-2 goes low on McCann. He keeps it in front, though, and leaves Freeman at third base. Count even at 2 and what's now a 2-1 Anglers lead.
After all this, still nobody out in the inning. Robbie Porco still's got some work to do to, make sure Chatham doesn't break this open any more than they have taken the lead now.
Falmouth tries to keep it on the infield. It's another pitch climb error for David McCann behind the dish. He singles over to Mike Hennehosen. The home plate umpire comes to have a word.
That's 7 RBIs now on the season for Hanley, though. That's good for third on this Chatham team.
The reigning Big Ten Freshman of the Year has translated great success in Bloomington to great success at Chatham now. Infield completely in for the Commodores. Trying to induce a ground ball from Larson. Not on that pitch. Count runs full, and McCann gets over to it. And Larson, his debut with the Anglers in 2025, but in 2024, had 31 games played. Had 18 RBI as well. That was second on Chatham. Second best behind a projected top 10 pick now in Oregon State's Iva Arquette. 3-2 is outside. A full count walk to Larson, still with nobody out in the top of the fifth inning. That'll do it on the day for Porco, it seems. He allows those 2 runs, walks the designated hitter, and Ashton Larson in Saltalamacchia signals over to his bullpen, where it's going to be the Bryant left-hander Jackson Vanesco to come in place of Porco. In this 2-1 Anglers lead, still no one out for Chatham in the top of the fifth. It's where we'll talk to you next and introduce you to the Southpaw and Jackson Vanesco in just a moment on Cape League TV.
Hi, my name is Matt Burgess, General Manager here at Falmouth Country Club. We have a unique 27-hole public golf course with a beautiful layout that is family-oriented. Kids play free here at Falmouth Country Club. Getting on the course is quick and easy with our app. You can book tee times, get yardages with GPS, use our interactive scorecard, track your stats, and receive exclusive in-app offers. Falmouth Country Club is a true Cape Cod classic and a local family favorite.
See you on the course.
You'll always be safe at home with the Diana Lucevero Group at Compass Real Estate.
Hi, I'm Jim Murray, owner of Falmouth's historic Clam Shack, now Jim's Clam Shack. Located on scenic Falmouth Harbor, Jim's Clam Shack is a destination for the best seafood and sunsets on the Cape. We're open 7 days a week, so stop by for lunch or join us for dinner on the rooftop deck. Bring the entire family to try our wide selection of seafood and kid-friendly option. We deliver the freshest products to your plates daily. Jim's Clam Shack, proud supporter of the Falmouth Commodores.
I'm Adrian Lopez. I'm an infielder from the University.
Back to the top of the fifth inning, here from Gulf Fuller Field, where the bases are loaded. The Chatham Anglers are still threatening with nobody out, and what's already a 2-run top of the fifth for the Anglers in a 2-1 Chatham lead. Jackson Modesto is the new arm in. He induces contact on the first pitch. He throws to Isaiah Lane. Shortstop towards the center fielder, Micah New. Tagging up from third base is Freeman. The throw home from New will be off target. It's going to go as a sac fly and an RBI for Isaiah Lane. Scores Jackson Freeman and make this a 3-1 A's lead.
It's a Chatham team that's kind of struggled doing that small ball situational hitting a lot like Falmouth has. Anglers have scored a few more runs on the season just due to, not as much power necessarily, but just more consistent hitting. But, as of late, this is an Anglers team that's starting to turn it around. I think some late additions have helped. Isaiah Lane, though, has been consistent all year for him.
2 on for Henry Ford, Tennessee center fielder. Comes up after the sac fly by Isaiah Lane. That broke a streak of 5 consecutive Anglers batters getting on base in this half inning. Across the first 4 innings, only 2 Anglers batters got on base via a single and a walk. Here's Vanesco. This is a foul tip from Ford. Vanesco, the rising redshirt senior at Bryant.
McCann is taking a beating behind the plate, too. There's 3 this inning where he's kind of grimacing somewhere in the groin area.
We've had a few injury breaks as well. I remember it was Adrian Lopez, and it had to have been an inning ago.
That was this inning. That was
this
the top
inning,
of the
to begin
fifth.
the top
It
of
is
the fifth.
just felt. That's how long this inning's been. With that, and then the controversy and stoppage with the double down the third baseline.
Lopez was tended to by Falmouth athletic training after just the typical throwing it around the infield between inning breaks. That was a few minutes, but since then the Angler batters have been red hot. A 3-run top of the fifth for Chatham in this 3-1 Anglers lead. Again, it's McCann having to use his body to defend a pitch. He was just doing it with Porco. Now from a righty to a southpaw in Vanesco, the Ocean City, New Jersey native. Gets it away, and McCann keeps it in front.
Another guy who's had a battle back from Tommy John surgery. A lot of guys, they could stay healthy, sometimes even come back better, and that's kind of what Vanesco did at 203 batting average against last year.
6'4", 205 brings us size again as Ford fouls it on the first base side of home plate.
And another versatile guy who started 6 games, had 9 appearances out of the bullpen, can use him in all different spots.
He's got that 4-pitch mix. Right there he goes with the 88-mile-an-hour fastball. That's about as fast as it'll go for Vanesco. Also has the changer, cutter, and a slider. Uses the fastball to get the contact over to the center fielder and New. He camps under it, and just a deke there at second base by Jake Hanley. He'll stay put with 2 outs in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need to do. After Porco had some command issues, just induce some contact. Ball's not necessarily flying here, so a couple of medium depth flyouts, and now you're not away from getting out of it. But Falmouth obviously will have some work to do to come back offensively.
Kevin Gallagher has some work to do to get back into this game and contribute offensively. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts, looking, then swinging respectively. The UNC third baseman has Hanley off of second base and Larson off of first. 2 outs on the top of the 5th. Gallagher in his 9th game on Cape Cod with the Anglers. Played in 28 games for YD last season. His 15 RBI for the Red Sox a year ago were 5th on the team. But he was also the Red Sox's strikeout leader, had 33 a summer ago. Got 2 today.
Got a pitch clock violation.
Yeah. They will call it a pitch clock violation to make the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Haven't seen that too often at Gov Fuller Field this year.
Yeah, it's been implemented for a couple of years now. Pitchers are getting used to it. Don't see it nearly as much as you did last year. But it still happens every once in a while.
You see it right above Vanesco's head. It's part of the Gov Fuller Field press box. Now 1-1 to the Tar Heel. Slowing away, make it a 2-1 count. In that called game yesterday versus Brewster, it was Gallagher who went 2 for 3, only angler with multiple hits. 5 overall as a team for Chatham. 2-1 outside again for Vanesco, who hasn't shown the best control, following up Robbie Porco, who's already walked 2 in this inning.
Yeah, but I think, sometimes going deeper into counts isn't the worst thing in the world. He got the 2 flyouts, and that's what matters at this point.
3-1 runs low. And again, it's the bases loaded for Chatham. Second time the A's have had that this inning. And the last time it was Jake Hanley who had a 2-run ground rule double. Now it's Hanley at third base as the lead runner for Ethan Mendoza, the Texas second baseman. Marathon of a half inning for Chatham just won't end for Falmouth. Pitching and defense that again had retired or had faced the minimum through the first 4 innings of play.
That being said, with how long it's lasted, if Falmouth can get out of this with just 3 runs, you're starting to get deeper into the Chatham bullpen, give yourself a chance.
So Falmouth goes 12 up, 12 down through the first 4 innings. And now if Mendoza can get on with 2 outs in the top of the 5th, it'll be back to Chase Freilich, and Chatham will have batted around. Freilich gets a piece of a fastball into right center field. It's down for a base hit. Hanley scores easily. Here comes Larson right behind him. And then it is Gavin Gallagher who gets a stop sign at first base. Now runners on the corners after the 2-out, 2-run single by Ethan Mendoza makes it a 5-1 Anglers lead.
I mean, there's just so many tough hitters in this Chatham lineup, but Ethan Mendoza is one of them. Playing at Texas last year, he's one of the guys who really has translated, hitting almost 300 on the summer, and he's got himself 6 RBIs after those 2 there to break it open a little bit.
So now make it through 4 through 8 in the Anglers order. 5 consecutive Chatham bats come around to score. Runners on the corners as Chatham has officially batted around. Here's the Auburn catcher Chase Freilich for the second time in this half inning. Can't understand enough. The Anglers go 12 up, 12 down, then just bat around in response.
They had a lot of good at-bats, and, again, a couple of double plays for the reasons they went up 12 down.
Yep.
It's a team that makes contact so early in counts. They did that so much the first time to the lineup, but sometimes it is as easy as first time to the lineup versus second time to the lineup.
Freilich walked in, of course, scored already this inning. He's gotten on base twice via that walk and a leadoff single in the second. Now Vanesco, 1 pitch away from getting out of it. The Bryant left-hander into a 1-2 count. The pitch is just away. The Tigers catcher in Freilich doesn't offer for a 2-2 even count. Freilich into his 6th game on Cape Cod this summer. Just has 1 RBI. Chance to change that here. Runner goes. He cracks this one over to the middle of the infield. The shortstop Lopez comes up with it and finally records the 3rd out in this inning. After a big inning against Hyannis allowed yesterday, it's a 5-run top of the 5th for Chatham. They've broken this game open. A 4-run Anglers lead. As Ben Haller will have you in the bottom of the 5th inning coming up next on Cape League TV.
Hi, I'm Jim Murray, owner of Falmouth's historic Clam Shack, now Jim's Clam Shack. Located on scenic Falmouth Harbor, Jim's Clam Shack is a destination for the best seafood and sunsets on the Cape. We're open 7 days a week, so stop by for lunch or join us for dinner on the rooftop deck. Bring the entire family to try our wide selection of seafood and kid-friendly option. We deliver the freshest products to your plates daily. Jim's Clam Shack, a proud supporter of the Falmouth Commodores.
Hi, I'm Michael Kasparian, president of the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is here for the benefit of the whole community. Whether you're a local business or a visitor, Falmouth has endless offerings, from its beautiful beaches and historical sites to its local shopping and eateries. The Chamber bridges the 8 villages, providing visitors with all the tools to make their trip one to remember. Our visitor center is located in downtown Falmouth, just off of Main Street. Come by and meet our team. The Falmouth Chamber of Commerce, your community connection.
Hi, I'm Coleman Mizell, outfielder from Alabama, and you're watching Commodores baseball on KTV.
Halfway home at Gov Fuller Field, it's a brand new ball game. Chatham's got a 5-1 lead over Falmouth, where we've seen some controversy down the third base line back in that marathon of a top of the 5th inning. But it's back-to-back games for the Commodores where 5-run innings have plagued them, and this is the exact same score it was before the bottom of the 5th last night at Hyannis before the game was called after 5 full due to fog. Charlie Foster back out to the mound for the Anglers to face 9-1-2 of the Commodores lineup: Newstrom, Carl Schmidt, and Adrian Lopez.
That's deja vu again for the Commodores. You mentioned that 5-1 loss at Hyannis yesterday. In that one, the bottom of the 3rd, Harbrock's plate 5 at McKeon Park, and now in the top of the 5th, it's the Anglers repaying it by giving the Commodores 5 runs there for this 5-1 margin. And that's just concentrated hitting for Commodores pitchers that struggled to get out of innings. That's what we saw there between the Porco and Badesco pairing last half inning.
Well, Newster comes up to lead off the bottom of the 5th inning, and it's interesting. It was very similar. We talked about it was 12 up, 12 down before that marathon of an inning here. Today, his first pitch to Newstrom's outside. Yesterday, it was 6 up, 6 down. Actually 8 up, 8 down before all 5 runs came with 2 outs in that bottom 3rd. It was the bottom 3rd at McKeon Park. Now at Gov Fuller Field, a 1-0 count for Newstrom. And a breaking ball at his knees. First strike one. Newstrom still looking for his first official at bat of the day. He walked in the 3rd inning. Actually got stranded on base. Falmouth put a couple on after an Adrian Lopez single as well. You want to talk about more deja vu. 5-1 in the same exact spot. 5 runs all coming in one inning for the opponent. And the 1 run being a solo home run from Ken Schmidt.
Hey,
the same thing last night as it was today.
It's a Groundhog Day here at Gov Fuller Field.
It must be. And both of those Ken Schmidt home runs came in the 4th inning. That's ball up. That feels like that solo home run was such a long time ago, but it literally was last inning at the bottom of the 4th. The bottom 4th inning took a decent amount of time as well. Solo home run and a walk. Then Charlie Foster really settled in. Got a ground out, strikeout, and pop up to end the bottom of the 4th inning. Slow grounder picked up late by Gallagher. A throw across the diamond. Had to get it quickly, and he will do so for out number 1.
Broken bat piece of contact for Newstrom. Thought that one might have actually had a chance of going over the head of Jake Hanley. Then you forgot that the Indiana first baseman's 6'6".
Yes, he's one of the biggest first basemen in the Big Ten. Used that on the basketball court like we talked about earlier.
And apparently to get buckets against you in JV practice at Mason, Ohio.
Maybe in practice. I didn't see a whole lot of playing time in real games. That's definitely not as much as Jake did. Fastball, bit off the plate for ball 1.
That's one of the coolest things of just sports in general being such a small world. 2 kids from Mason, Ohio, just reuniting in Falmouth, Massachusetts in the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Lefty on righty matchup in a 1-0 count. This is a called strike on the outer part of the plate now to Carl Schmidt. Going into his redshirt sophomore season at Cal. He's going to stay there after redshirting at Texas A&M that first year. Will be his 2nd year at Berkeley in the upcoming fall. Watches the 1-1 go low. Someone who, kind of like the 2-hitter for Chatham today, Chase Gallagher. Carl Schmidt, someone who just played better as the lights got brighter. Had a 3-run home run against a very good Wake Forest team in the ACC tournament this past year. But today he's just 0 for 2. Couple of ground outs, both to the left side of the infield. But he's got a hitter's 3-1 count with 1 out and nobody on base. Change up below the knees for ball 4. 5-pitch walk to Carl Schmidt. And Commodores have their first base runner at the bottom of the 5th. It's a Falmouth team that doesn't have a comeback of more than 2 runs this season. So see if they can start to change that. Usually the best way to go about it is get a couple of those 2-run innings to start to chip away a little bit. Again, their lone home run comes on a solo shot. Now Adrian Lopez with a runner on first and 1 out.
Commodores so far this season, 1-1 in one-run games as well. That loss a week ago, 4-3 versus the Yarmouth Dennis Red Sox. And then, as we've been mentioning, the 1-0 win over this Chatham team on opening day.
Throw over to first. It is weird that so many of these games have been so low scoring, but they've only played 2 one-run games this year. It just feels like the last 3 innings of games, either the Commodores or whoever they're playing has just kind of broken it open in those last 3 innings, giving some insurance. Now the first pitch to Lopez, back up the middle, a hard hit, base hit. That's his 3rd of the day, and the Commodores will put another one in scoring position, a couple on base. So Schmidt's turned a couple double plays. He's got himself 3 base hits. His mouth started randomly bleeding when he was running onto the field. A day with everything for the USC rising senior.
Yeah, first 3-hit game on Cape Cod for Adrian Lopez. You mentioned the USC shortstop who pieced together really nice. Again, a 332 average in his first year at USC. That was over 100 points higher than his freshman year at Long Beach State. Now in game number 7, that first 3-hit game is out of the way.
Commodores trying to capitalize with men on base. First and second, just 1 out. It's Mike Anu who swings through the first pitch high in the zone. Wanted all of it, but goes down 0-1. He's 0 for 2 today. And that fielder's choice back in the first inning where ball was dropped at second and then struck out swinging his last time up. The power numbers have come with a little bit higher strikeout numbers as well, as kind of the modern era of baseball is heading that direction. Change up, called strike. Leaner part now 0-2. Foster, the second pitcher for Chatham that comes from Mississippi State today. It's their 3rd total. And Foster is someone who only had 7 appearances in his freshman year, but was really good in them. A 1.59 ERA. Did have 1 decision. It was a loss. 0-2 throwaway pitches inside. Faced some pretty good teams, too. SEC opponents. Late in the year, Texas, Missouri, and A&M. And he also got an appearance in the regional against Florida State. A really good one, 2 1/3. Didn't give up a run. Change up low into the dirt for ball 2.
It's going to be a really exciting team to follow in the SEC under first-year coach Brian O'Connor, coming over from Virginia. The biggest storylines and headlines already in the coaching carousel across collegiate baseball.
Foster just had 6 appearances going into the postseason, so it's kind of a surprise to see him get those innings, but taking advantage of it. New fouls it off his foot, and he'll shake it off, keep it 2-2 count. Didn't even give up a base hit. It was just the 3 walks with 4 strikeouts. And 17 total Ks this spring. And the 2-2 is low again. So Foster runs the count up on New. A walk and a single already in this inning after a solo home run and a walk last inning. So Foster's already let 4 on base in just the 4 outs recorded. And lefty fires the payoff home, and New hits it sky high, foul territory. The catcher Fralick going back towards the netting. That's going to be out of reach, out of play. And Mike Adu is quietly putting together a pretty good at-bat.
And he loudly had a very great start to this Cape League season, a 250 average for New. Remember, still tied for first on Cape Cod with 3 home runs that he had in 3 consecutive games. That's now been over a week, though, in those games against Orleans, Brewster, and Orleans, respectively. This would be a great time to have one and make this a 1-run game.
Got a couple runners on, and the 8th pitch of the AB. Sitting to a similar spot this time down the third baseline. Gallagher going towards the Chatham dugout, and again out of play near the inflatable dinosaur. He's just everywhere today behind that third base dugout.
Hard to miss him. You see him right there on our first base shot from Boone Gross, our videographer.
It's going to be a pretty hot day in the inflatable. I guess it is getting cooler, but it was 80 degrees at first pitch.
It has to be hot in there regardless. Yeah. We're in the end of June, beginning of July.
Yeah. Our third member of the crew, Andrew Delapiana, spoke to Mike Anu in that pregame interview before the game. Another payoff pitch, hit hard down the third base line. Jackson looking up at it, going back, and that ball's gone. Falmouth's right back into this game with Micah New's 4th bomb of the season. He is now by himself, and the Cape Cod Baseball League lead with 4 of them. 93 miles an hour off the bat. That one went 355, and it's back to a 1-run game.
Ask and you shall receive out of Micah New. You mentioned now a Cape League leading 4th home run. Shot it into left field to make this a 1-run game. He just explained the situation, and that's exactly what New does. Brings home Lopez and Schmidt. Make it just a 1-run Anglers lead now.
A tale of 2 different appearances for Charlie Foster against these Falmouth Commodores. He was outstanding on opening day. Today, not so much. He's given up all 4 runs in just an inning and a third. Now it's Ken Schmidt with 1 out, nobody on base. RBIs 8, 9, and 10 on the season for New. He is also the Commodores' leader in ribbies. 1-0 pitch for Schmidt. It's an easy grounder to Mendoza, and the easy throw to first for out number 2.
That 3-run homer from New, as you mentioned, makes him the 2nd Cape League player with double-digit RBI this season. Who's the first? It's Ethan Mendoza, who Ken Schmidt just grounded out to on that very next at-bat.
And Mendoza, the reason at this point why they have the lead right now, that 2 RBI single in that inning to add on to the Chatham lead. It looked like Monesco just needed 1 out to get out of it. Mendoza extended the inning. 2 gone, nobody on for Quattrani. First pitch low into the dirt to Quattrani, who's 0 for 1 today. A ground out to short and then walked in the 4th inning. That was where Charlie Bates had some frustration. It was just a 5-pitch walk for Quattrani. Didn't get anything to hit really at all. After the first batter Foster faced was a solo home run from Ken Schmidt. This one's a grounder, and that's going to get through the left side off the glove of Isaiah Lane, the shortstop who dove at it. 3rd base hit of this bottom of the 5th inning, and now the game-tying runs on base with 2 gone.
About as good of a response as you could ask for so far for the Commodores. Now make it 3 hits in this inning. 4th runner on base with 2 gone in the bottom of the 5th.
Now you start to wonder how big the leash is for Dennis Cook, the Chatham manager, with Charlie Foster, the left-hander. Ryan will take the first pitch high. The Stetson right fielder today is 0 for 2 with the flyout and a ground out. Was in a similar situation just an inning ago in the 4th with the runner on first. That came with nobody out. This time with 2 outs trying to extend the inning. Comes back with a heater. But off the plate again to make it 2-0.
Looked at the active line for Foster right now, an inning and 2/3 pitched. You mentioned giving up all 4 of those runs on 4 hits. Walked 2, but now a pair of homers given and just 1 strikeout earned.
Now Moran pops one. This in near fair territory. Jackson, the left fielder, going at it. And that drops just in front of him. He doesn't have a chance. Now that was a similar spot where the kids were standing. There is a warning track / road kind of thing that it separates in play and out of play. The kids were standing in play when the ball was touched down the 3rd base line on the Jake Hanley double. And they ended up calling a ground rule double. And now you see that area is cleared right of the warning track. That you don't see a whole lot of in-play area where there are fans actively down that 3rd base line. Rand comes back to a 2-1 count. This one off the end of the bat into shallow left, hanging up and dropping in front of Jackson. Furious wave at 3rd for Quattrani. Jackson grabs it in front of the fence. Just now picked up. Quattrani scores. Tie game. Daniel Jackson had trouble with it and left, but it's ruled an RBI double for Landon Moran, just his 5th of the summer. And just like that, Commodores respond with 4 at the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, that second life foul ball for Landon Moran down the left field line bend gave the Stetson right fielder a second life, and on that second pitch he saw from Foster, barreled it up, and it just trailed right on Daniel Jackson. He couldn't get a glove to it. The left fielder sees it go behind him for a 2-out RBI double.
And they are really letting Foster out to try to complete this inning. Now first pitch swinging is Kyle Morrison. And just like that, the go-ahead run stands at scoring position in this fifth inning for Falmouth. No, they took no time coming back in this game. It's the first time they've evened up a score, trailing by 3 or more this season. Obviously, 4 innings left to be played, but that deficit erased quickly. Now Morrison has yet to put a ball in play with a walk and a strikeout. 0-1 grounder, just foul. Picked up by Hanley in foul play. Foster has only given up 1 run before today. Now he's got 6. All of them are earned. That's a total of 4 base hits in this inning. Singles from both Adrian Lopez and Mark Quattrani. The RBI double from Landon Moran. The 3-run shot from Mike Adu. Swing and a miss from Morrison on an outside pitch. That'll end this bottom of the fifth inning. And a fifth inning in general that took a very long time and saw a total of 9 runs scored. Falmouth Commodores tie things up with a Mike Adu 3-run home run and a Landon Moran double. We head to the 6th of the brand new ball game on Cape League TV.
Are you looking for that perfect pregame meal? Supreme Pizza has you covered. Its extensive menu has everything from pies and calzones to salads and subs. And with its online ordering system, delicious food is just 1 click away.
It's an honor to support the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Supreme Pizza is open every day of the week. Order online or stop by their store, located at 147 T-Ticket Highway, and try a slice today.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
On behalf of the Cape Cod Baseball League, we would like to thank the following league partners for their continued support: 99 Restaurants, Badger Sports, the Baldwin Group, Bluebird Dennisport, Bridgewater State University, Cape Destinations. And of course, thank you to Major League Baseball for over 50 years of support.
Hi, I'm Landon Moran, first baseman outfielder from Stetson University, and you're watching Commodore Baseball on Cape League TV.
Enjoy all the action of the Cape Cod Baseball League by downloading the Cape League TV app on your mobile device and favorite TV streaming platform. You can now watch the Doors on your Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, and Android TVs. Cape League TV provides live and on-demand coverage of all games and featured content from the nation's best summer collegiate baseball league. Get in the game with Cape League TV. And shout out to our entire crew today that make all of these home broadcasts on the TV work. Ben Heller alongside Ryan Martin for the call of today's game with the third member of our crew, Andrew Della Piana. We have seen a lot of action, most of which coming in the fifth inning, and now first pitch swinging is a middle easy ground out for Daniel Jackson, who had trouble with the ball in left field just before the bottom of the fifth concluded. This time a 6-3 putout, route number 1. Now it's Jackson Freeman, the Northwestern Wildcat.
It's back-to-back putouts for Adrian Lopez over at short, and before that, it was the Chatham Anglers who batted around in that 5-run top of the fifth inning. That all came after it was 12 up, 12 down for the Anglers in innings 1 through 4.
1 gone, no one on for Jackson Freeman. First pitch at the knees for strike 1. We talked about the All-Big Ten freshman a season ago. The numbers, some of the numbers dipped a little bit this past season. Batting average down to .255. Only had 6 homers compared to the 11 his freshman season. He punches a 1-out single in the right.
Second single, and has as many innings for Jackson Freeman. They're both Big Ten guys. You see what Northwestern's been doing, and Freeman's been leading that charge as one of the most prolific hitters in that Wildcat lineup.
They had a lot of them this year, a lineup that improved drastically from the year before that. Now another Big Ten team that had a very good offense this past season. Jake Hanley with the Indiana Hoosiers. He's grounding one down the first baseline. Indiana led the Big Ten in most offensive categories 2 of the last 3 seasons. Hanley 1 for 1 today, a walk, and that 2-run double. Could have been 3-run, but there was some controversy down the third baseline. A fan touched it. Runner takes off. Pitch was in. Throw down to second is a bit high, and a stolen bag for Jackson Freeman. So what at scoring position with 1 out now for Jake Hanley.
Freeman's first swipe bag now in his 12th game with Chatham after swiping 4 bags across 52 games with Northwestern that past season. Thought that was a good jump by Freeman. That combined with the throw just a little bit higher from McCann gets Freeman into scoring position.
Only had 4 stolen bases at Northwestern a year ago. Now Hanley chops 1 foul. The Big Ten Freshman of the Year, also named to the All-Big Ten second team a season ago. He's also a National Gold Glove finalist. There are 3 at each position. And Hanley was named one of the best 3 defensive first basemen. He did not commit an error this year at first base. OPS at the end of the season just above 1,000. Now Hanley rips one over the head of the second baseman, Newstrom. A late jump on the bags from Freeman, so he'll get the stop sign as it's thrown back in by the right fielder, Morant. And that is the 3rd time Hanley's reached today. He's got a couple of base hits, a double and a single now. And just like that, after Falmouth ties it up, Jackson Vadesco's in some trouble. Chatham's got him on the quarters with 1 out. And there is some action in the Falmouth bullpen. It's the LSU Tiger Devin Sheeran warming up. And at the plate, it's an LSU Tiger in Ashton Larson. Takes first pitch, just able to lay off. It was outside. Larson struck out and walked today.
Just a couple of national champions
Yeah.
from this past spring. Larson looks to be the 3rd consecutive angler with a hit. And meanwhile, Falmouth looks to turn its 3rd double play so far in this game.
Change-up, cut on and miss. Vanesco living down to the zone. That's a nice pitch to even the count up at 1-1. LSU was not as highly touted as they were 2 years ago when they won the national championship in the regular season. They had some struggles offensively, actually. Pitching was great, though. Cade Anderson, Anthony Ianson, the best 1-2 pitch in the country. Now Vanesco ahead of the count to make it 1-2. And this is a moment now, too, where any strikeout would be huge. Offers the 1-2 a bit low and outside. Doesn't get too far from McCann.
Strikeout would be huge. Any pitch that gets away and is blocked is just as big as well. McCann has had to take off that mask a few times to keep balls in front of him, especially with runners at third, just as we see Jackson is now.
Even 2-2 count. Comes home, swing and a miss. A huge strikeout like we were talking about for Vadesco, and not a better time for his first strikeout of this ball game. Now he's an out away from getting out of the inning, and Isaiah Lay in a huge spot, and it will not be Vadesco to see him. So he gets the lefty-on-lefty matchup, and now they'll call on the flame-throwing right-hander Devin Sheeran to strand 2 and get the final out of this top of the 6th inning. We'll take a break on Cape League TV.
Hi, I'm Michael Kasparian, president of the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is here for the benefit of the whole community. Whether you're a local business or a visitor, Falmouth has endless offerings, from its beautiful beaches and historical sites to its local shopping and eateries. The Chamber bridges the 8 villages, providing visitors with all the tools to make their trip one to remember. Our visitor center is located in downtown Falmouth, just off of Main Street. Come by and meet our team. The Falmouth Chamber of Commerce, your community connection.
Hi, my name is Matt Burgess, General Manager here at Falmouth Country Club. We have a unique 27-hole public golf course with a beautiful layout that is family-oriented. Kids play free here at Falmouth Country Club. Getting on the course is quick and easy with our app. You can book tee times, get yardages with GPS, use our interactive scorecard, track your stats, and receive exclusive in-app offers. Falmouth Country Club is a true Cape Cod classic and a local family favorite.
See you on the course.
Hi, I'm Coleman Mizell, outfielder from Alabama, and you're watching Commodores baseball on Cape TV.
Devin Sheeran comes in a big spot after a new ball game emerges at the top of the 6th inning. Chatham's got a couple on at a 5-5 tie, and a big appearance number 4 for Devin Sheeran. He has a 6.75 ERA, but most of that due to just one appearance for him. His last couple have been great.
Yeah, it was on Wednesday at Borno, which was a appearance to forget for Sheeran. Didn't record a single out. Remember, he faced 3 batters. He walked all 3 of them. That led to 2 of the 3 runs that Falmouth earned in that 5-3 win at Bourne. So it was Sheeran who had some problems on the base paths, led to a hold from Joe Sabbath, and then the save from Robbie Porco. Now, it was Porco who didn't have the outing he wanted to against his Chatham Anglers team, and Sheeran who looks to improve on that and is part of this 5-5 tie.
It's Jackson Freeman standing on third and Jake Hanley at first with the 9-hitter Isaiah Lane in this big spot. 2 outs, 2 on, and a tie, 5-5 game in the top of the 6th. Anglers go ahead and run just 90 feet away, and Isaiah Lane's already got himself an RBI today on a sac fly just an inning ago in the 5th. He also bounced it to a double play to end the 3rd inning today. University of San Diego. First pitch, check swing, foul ball, chopped towards the netting behind home plate. And started his career in Norman, Oklahoma for the Sooners. Only got 26 starts as a freshman. Was not the everyday starter for Oklahoma when at the time they were in the Big 12, but was made the change to San Diego, was a second-team All-West Coast Conference member. Next pitch off the plate, even 1-1. Sheeran, the LSU Tiger, redshirted this past season due to injury. Was just cleared to play right at the end of the year, so didn't get any time in the postseason or anything. Once fouled back into the net. They let him come to Falmouth a bit early, so he was not in Omaha for the national championship, but was watching very closely. Unfortunately for him, though, all these games are on the Cape League starting in the evening, and him, or for an LSU team, when you're in the winner's bracket, all those games are at night as well.
But he was watching just about everywhere. We saw him on the beautiful talent course at the Falmouth Country Club. Saw him playing golf, and we stopped and talked to him. He was watching LSU pick up a win on his phone. Before that win in the Saturday game for LSU. And I said that game ended just before the Commodores game started. So he caught the end of that, got into uniform, and then he came up and spoke with us in the 5th inning.
Now he's got a 1-2 count here. He's already the 4th pitcher of the day for the Commodores. The changeup runs inside and hits Lane.
Question is, did that hit the end of the bat, though? Did that hit the
they
end
did.
of
They
Lane's
caught
bat
it
for a foul ball? Yeah.
From our angle, good catch, Ryan. From our angle, looked like it was the arm, but I'll stay alive at the count and actually keep that at a 1-2 count. Sheeran's still ahead.
You had heard that minor crack of the wooden barrel right at the knob of the bat, I should say.
Both teams trying to get closer to 500. Chatham can get to 500 with the win. That's including 3 ties. Runner takes off. This one hit off the end of the bat. Shallow left field. It'll drop in for a base hit. Freeman scores easily as it's thrown back in from right. At first to third goes Jake Hanley. And just like that, the Anglers are back ahead at an RBI single from Isaiah Lane.
An awkward piece of contact for Isaiah Lane, but whatever is needed to find some grass in shallow right center field. Lane does it, puts runners onto the corners again. It's the 2nd RBI in as many plate appearances for the 9-hole hitter, Isaiah Lane.
Second time Chatham's had a lead today. Lane replaces Hanley at first, who goes to third. So runners on the corners again with 2 outs, but now for the top of the lineup of the dangerous Henry Ford, who's got 7 ribbies this year. Fastball almost thrown to the backstop. David McCann, quick reflexes to keep that out in front. Ford was named a preseason All-American by Perfect Game before this 2025 year. Again, we talked about it earlier. Maybe a little bit of a disappointment just by how great of a freshman year he had. Still very good. This one's lined hard, and it'll drop in for another base hit. Hanley scores easily this time. Back-to-back RBI singles for the 9-hitter and the leadoff hitter. Henry Ford's got RBI number 8 on the season, and it's 7-5 Anglers.
Yeah, the newest Tennessee Volunteer and potentially a soon Major League Baseball draft pick. Ford, as you mentioned, second consecutive RBI for the Anglers, and that's now 4 hits in a 5-batter span for the A's. Now taking that 7-5 lead and are even with the Commodores, 8 hits apiece.
So that does close the book on the day for Jackson Vanesco. Both those runs are earned to him. An inning and 2/3, 2 earned runs, 3 hits, a walk, and a strikeout. Now first pitch low to Gavin Gallagher. Just station to station for Isaiah Lane there, so he stays at second. So they're at first and second now. Still 2 outs in the inning. There have been 2 outs for a while. Some great 2-run production for Chatham. Sheeran throws another one far outside that brings McCann up. But this is similar to what happened in the third inning yesterday, where the Harbor Hawks had the first 2 outs easily by a ground out, or the first out easily by a ground out. A lot of the production came with 2 outs. Now Gallagher's yet to put a ball in play. 2 strikeouts and a walk, so he's 0 for 2. 2-0 pitch outside again. Sheeran throwing heat, and that's what he does. Can get all the way up to 97 miles an hour on the summer. Even after his injury, he reached 95 there. But he's struggling to find the zone now against Gallagher with a 3-0 count.
It's part of the 4-pitch mix that Sheeran uses. You'll sometimes see the slider, changeup, and curveball come into play for the LSU Tiger.
Trying to find it. Can be over fastball down the middle of the zone. It runs outside, and that is a 4-pitch walk after back-to-back RBI singles. And the bases are loaded again for the Anglers with a 2-run lead at the top of the 6th. And now it's Kent Schmidt who's going to call the meeting, come over, have a conversation with his pitcher, Devin Sheeran.
I'm Kent Schmidt. I'm reminding Sheeran that he came into this ball game with just 2 outs. Remember, so it's just any kind of contact he can now induce to the Texas second baseman Ethan Mendoza in this. What's a long inning for just 2 runs played across for Chatham. It comes after a 5th inning in which Chatham played at 5. You just need 1 out to get out of it, Ben.
Sometimes it's as simple as taking a mile an hour or 2 off of that fastball to help find the zone, and everything has been outside to righties through these command issues for Sheeran. And Ethan Mendoza has now got himself 11 batted in on the year. After a 2-run single last inning. Step into the batter's box. First pitch changeup called. Strike on that inner part of the plate. It's now the second time Gallagher's reached on a walk. Now Mendoza has just reached 1 time. He had a fly out and a ground out to second most recently. And check swing grounder right to Kent Schmidt, and that'll do it. That's that contact you were talking about. It gets Sheeran out of the inning, strands 3. But not before. Chatham takes the lead back with a couple of RBI singles from Isaiah Lane and Henry Ford. Anglers back in the driver's seat, 7-5 on Cape League TV.
You'll always be safe at home with the Diana Lucevero Group at Compass Real Estate.
Introducing Open Cape, the local nonprofit internet service provider in this region. Open Cape's fast and reliable network is 100% fiber optic, providing affordable internet connectivity. To learn more, visit opencape.org and always speak with a live Open Cape representative. Open Cape, providing choice and competition for your home or business and the official internet provider of your Falmouth Commodores.
We are Open Cape.
I'm Michael Gillen, right-handed pitcher from Clemson, and you're watching Commodore Baseball on Cape League TV.
Welcome back to Gulf Fuller Field. The Anglers in front of the Commodores 7-5. I'm Andrew Delpian, the third member of tonight's crew. This game has been a seesaw, kind of like how Chatham's bench staff has been over the last couple of years. Let's take you back a couple of years ago, starting with Tom Holliday. He was the manager for Chatham for about 5 or 6 years or so, stepped down middle of the season due to personal health reasons. Then Marty Lees took over for 14 games, also retired mid-season due to similar reasons. Todd Shelton took over for the remaining of the season. Fast forward to last year, Jeremy Sheets took over as the new manager full-time. He resigned midway through the season. Eric Beattie, who was the former Hyannis coach, took over midway through last year. And now finally, Dennis Cook is now the field manager for the Anglers after being the pitching coach under Holliday back in 2018 to 2022. Guys?
That is a lot of managers. And interestingly enough, through all those changes in leadership, they've still kept really good connections within the college baseball community and obviously bring a ton of good talent to Chatham, maybe one of the most talented lineups in the league. And they got a 2-run lead as we get to the bottom of the 6th inning, 8-9-1 for the Commodores. With David McCann starting us off. Swing and a miss on the first pitch he sees.
That recruiting becomes so important for all 10 of these Cape Cod Baseball League teams. Again, fighting for the top collegiate baseball players who want to come play in the top collegiate baseball summer league here on Cape Cod. Those SEC connections for Cook have really been prevalent in this 2025 roster.
A big swing and a miss for McCann. He's down to the count 0-2. And there is a new pitcher in the game for the Anglers. No longer Charlie Foster. See, got out of the inning after giving up 5 in a couple of innings. It is Mason Bixby. They'll go to the Big 12, the second TCU pitcher this game has seen. A big right-hander from San Antonio, Texas, and I think you could tell, looking at him on the mound, a 6'7", 240 frame.
We just had another stoppage as well for interference on the field. The ball in right field now.
Yeah. Kind of feels like Charles Schwab Field for the College World Series, where they got the beach balls out in center field. No seating out in left field, but you do see people playing with different kinds of beach balls and those sorts of things. Mason Bixby just finished his sophomore season at TCU. All 12 appearances for him were out of the bullpen at a 5.89 ERA. Finally back in play, fires an 0-2 outside. So the line for Charlie Foster is not a great one, but it is closed. He goes 2 innings, giving up 5, all earned, 5 base hits, a couple of walks, did have 2 strikeouts, and Bixby's got his first strikeout. Gets McCann swinging for the first out of the 6th. Now the 9-hitter, Chris Newstrom. Those stats on this year for Bixby. He's only thrown 1 appearance, but it was a 3-inning appearance. He got 4 strikeouts, didn't give up a run. So, again, has the ability to, I don't know about close this thing out, but definitely take us at least 2 or 3. Chatham has already thrown out 4 pitchers today. They started with Ethan Calder, Stone, Foster, now Bixby. Change up way off the plate for ball 1 now to Newstrom, who's reached on a walk back into third, grounded out to third and the 5th. And he's someone who's walked a lot on the year, and that's especially an impressive number. Someone at the bottom of the lineup, so big to flip the lineup card over. He's hit 9th many times this season.
It's been a spot where Falmouth all of a sudden is finding a lot of success flipping the card over. Team Justin Osterhaus have a few multi-hit games from that position.
Almost got drilled on that fastball high and in. Back to Newstrom way off the plate, but yeah, you're right. Two-0 count for Bixby. Delivering to Newstrom. Also spent his freshman year at TCU, where only had 8 appearances, 2-0 pitches outside. A little bit better ERA that freshman year, but in lower leverage situations, he had a 4.5 ERA. And the impressive number of the 203 batting average against. This season, you see him play some really good opponents. Second game of the year for him against Arkansas, where he pitched 2 innings. Give me over fastball on the 3-0 right down the middle of the zone.
And he's facing off against Chris Newstrom, who's all of a sudden become one of the most fun names to say, thanks to Gulf Fuller Field public address announcer William Rosen.
It's become a thing around the community, not with the players,
themselves.
But in the Falmouth community. I'm not going to attempt to say it the way William Rosen says it. The 3-1 pitch is upstairs and a 5-pitch walk.
Now if we're explaining, you got to give it a test right there, as William Rosen would say. A 5-pitch walk issued to Chris Newstrom, as the players refer to him
too. The Chris Newstrom.
Oh, it's both of them. Both of them at the same time. We're biased, but William Rosen, the best public address announcer on Cape Cod this summer.
No doubt about it. Newstrom now at first base.
You look at him down there. Oh, this way.
He's trying to get out of the way.
There.
He's
there you
trying
go.
to hide.
Hello from William Rosen. Yep.
Runner's going to take off. Chris Newstrom down to second base, and he's in there safely. Just the first pitch of the AB to the leadoff man, Carl Schmidt. So now wanted scoring position. It is the game-tying run at the plate. Commodores now trailing by 2. And that pitch was high, so a 1-0 count.
And Newstrom somehow got a better jump than his name pronunciation even shows. Well done from Newstrom to put himself into scoring position. It's the Tennessee second baseman today now with his third stolen base on the summer.
He's got a lot of speed, and he can showcase the power, too. 5 home runs and wasn't an everyday starter at Tennessee last year. Attention back to Carl Schmidt with the 1-0 count. Reached on a walk his last time up. That one's thrown barely into the dirt in front of home plate. That one didn't make it close to the plate. But a nice block behind the plate by Fralick. Did a really good job. But that is now the last 7 pitches that Bixby's thrown. 6 of them for balls at a 2-0 count to Carl Schmidt. He's really trying to settle in. After he got a first at-bat strikeout. 2-0's inside. Back-to-back 3-0 counts for him. Walks weren't necessarily a huge problem for him this past season. He didn't really walk a lot or strike out a lot. The ratio's not great, but not a huge strikeout guy. Walked 20 batters and 20 and a third innings pitched. Change up called strike at the top of the zone. Talk about that appearance against Arkansas. Did throw 1 walk, but didn't give up a base hit. It was 2 scoreless against the third best team in the nation. And another guy who threw in the regional, in the Corvallis regional for TCU. 4-pitch walk to Schmidt. And the game-tying runs on base. Falmouth back in business against USC. Threw 1 inning, but he gave up 4 runs. All of them earned on 4 walks, 0 hits. So the command issues more came at the end of the season for Bixby.
They're coming now with 2 consecutive walks issued to the 9-1 hole hitter. You wondered if it was first-year pitching coach Jay Powell, an 11-year Major League Baseball reliever, who would have that first pitching meeting, or mound visit, I should say, with one of his Angler relievers, and he has it here now with Bixby.
Runners on first and second. There is 1 out in the inning on the strikeout to David McCann, and Adrian Lopez has been one of the most dangerous hitters for Falmouth today. 3 for 3 with a few singles. You got some good options in there. Mike Anu had a 3-run home run back in the 5th. Ken Schmidt had a solo home run of himself, landed Moran at the RBI double to tie things up before Chatham took the lead back. It was a whole infield meeting for Chatham. And now Adrian Lopez still awaits his first pitch. Talked about the eventful day for him. 3 singles. He's turned a couple of double plays. His mouth started magically bleeding for some reason when he ran onto the field. See if he can cut in this lead or tie it up. Throw over to second. Chris Newstrom had a decent lead off the bag, but second baseman Ethan Mendoza was too far from the bag as well. First pitch comes in, inside to Adrian Lopez. That is now 6 straight balls for Bixby. If this was Texas A&M down College Station, they'd be chanting ball 7 right now, as Commodore fans would like ball 7 to come in to make it 2-0. Maybe Bear Harrison, Ben Royo chanting that in the dugout right now. Best ball above the plate now, chanting ball 8, 7 straight balls.
Saw those Texas A&M Aggies bat back-to-back in the order for the first time all season yesterday in that loss against the Harbor Hawks. Royo, who is second baseman, and Harrison behind the dish.
Finally comes in the zone, and the 2-0 pitch is fouled off back into the net. And look at that. Homer and our T-Rex friend have made friends. They're friends now. They've made up. No longer fighting. That's the biggest development of the game. We've had a seesaw of a game in terms of the scoreboard, but I think that's the best story to follow.
And this is a bingo card type game. A little bit of everything. You can check it off at a couple different points.
Back on the field, it's a 2-1 count to Adrian Lopez. Make it 3-1. Another fastball up and high to bring Lopez off the plate. A lot of these fastballs coming in from Bixby have been inside. Runners on first at second. 3-1. Fouled off. Might have been ball 4. Lopez gets a piece of it. We have our first payoff pitch incoming of the inning.
And Lopez knew it too. 96-mile-an-hour slider just fans him at the top right of the zone. Would have been a call that Mike Hinojosa would have had to make, as if it were to be in or not of the zone if Lopez didn't get a piece of it.
Doors haven't had a lot of high-scoring close games yet this year, and the payoff's outside. Bases loaded, game-tying run in scoring position now. And Mike Adu, last time he was up, he had a couple on base and launched a 3-run home run to get the Commodores within 1. He's now all alone in the league lead with home runs 4.
No, you're exactly right. When you take away that 14-5 9-run win for the Commodores at Orleans over the first week of the season, a game where Falmouth led through its entirety. This is the first game since then and the second game on the season in which the Commodores and their opponent both score 4+ runs.
First pitch to New, a fastball upstairs, and New definitely hoping he gets something to hit. He is 1 for 3 today with a home run, strikeout, bouncing to a fielder's choice back in the first inning.
Check that, 5+ runs. Commodores scored 4 runs and a couple of losses so far this season, but high scoring.
Yeah, I mean, haven't seen a whole lot of high scoring on the Cape. Chatham has seen some of these games. Fastball up in the zone. They have a 6-6 tie and a 7-7 tie on the year. As we can call them the Chat tie anglers.
Ooh,
maybe.
I like that. I like that a lot.
They have the record for most ties in a season, as you saw in our trivia question earlier, with 9. They've got 3 of them a third of the way through the season this year. 2-0 fastball just catches a piece of the outside corner.
This Anglers team was part of one of the most interesting games so far this season. On Tuesday in that 10th inning tie, when they were hosting Harwich, both teams score 4 runs in the 10th inning. 3-3 after 9, and it's 7-7 after 10. That's quite a tie.
That was a marathon of a game. New still ahead in this count, 2-1, and the fastball is tall once more. We have had 3 balls in each of the 3 at-bats, 3 straight walks for Bixby. All 3 on base have been walked. There's 1 out of the inning on a strikeout of the first batter. Now the 3-1 delivery to New is hit into right field, and that'll drop in for a base hit. Newstrom scores. Carl Schmidt gets the stop sign at third with just 1 out. And the Commodores cut it within 1. Mike Anu continues his impressive day. RBI number 4 for him. And number 11 on the season, and it's station to station. Bases are still loaded. With Kent Schmidt coming to the plate, another guy who's got a homer today.
And a room for way more now as Schmidt comes in the lefty box. Bases loaded with just 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. What's impressing me so far, Ben, as the Commodores still trail by 1, that's now a 3rd consecutive inning in which Falmouth has scored. We haven't seen that consistently enough from this 5-7 Doors team this season.
Chatham's had bullpen struggles all year long. And a runner on third base, they're a sacrifice situation away from tying it up. Kent Schmidt said, screw the sacrifice. He wanted a home run there. Just got a piece to foul it off and go down 0-1. With a double back in the 2nd inning, the solo home run, most recently a ground out to second, so he's 2 for 3. 5 homers at Georgia Tech in the spring. 2 of them came in their eliminating loss in the Oxford Regional. That one hit back up the middle, past the diving glove of Lane. Schmidt comes in, stop sign late for Lopez at third. Station to station again, and the Doors have tied it. Another RBI for Kent Schmidt at 7-7.
Schmidt hit that inside ball that jammed him in the top third of the box. Hit it perfectly over the second base bag, and I also love that stop sign applied by third base coach Jack O'Reilly over at third. Adrian Lopez has speed, but I think that was going to be a good throw-in from Henry Ford, and it was exactly that. Again, station to station for the second straight batter, a second consecutive RBI single.
They're still juiced with just one out in the inning. Now a sacrifice situation away from taking the lead. It's Adrian Lopez at third, Mike Anu at second. Now Ken Schmidt at first. Now a grounder from Quattrati. That's going to get through. Lopez scores easily. There's a throw, play at the plate, News in, and the Commodores have the lead back. A 2-run single for Mark Quattrati. A hit parade here in the sixth inning. After 3 straight walks, it's 3 straight singles from Mike Anu, Ken Schmidt, Mark Quattrati. And just like that, it is 9-7 Commodores. This is the second most runs they've scored in a game this year.
And for the first time tonight, it's the Commodores with the lead, Ben. 9-7. 4 runs in back-to-back innings for Falmouth. That'll do it on the day for Mason Bixby. This is the kind of hitting productivity we haven't seen consistently from Falmouth, but they're getting it here in Game 13 of the season.
Falmouth trying to say they're not done yet, trying to add on to the lead as Bixby's day is done. They'll head to a break. We'll head to one with them on Cape League TV.
Hi, I'm Michael Kasparian, president of the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is here for the benefit of the whole community. Whether you're a local business or a visitor, Falmouth has endless offerings, from its beautiful beaches and historical sites to its local shopping and eateries. The Chamber bridges the 8 villages, providing visitors with all the tools to make their trip one to remember. Our visitor center is located in downtown Falmouth, just off of Main Street. Come by and meet our team. The Falmouth Chamber of Commerce, your community connection.
Hi, my name is Matt Burgess, General Manager here at Falmouth Country Club. We have a unique 27-hole public golf course with a beautiful layout that is family-oriented. Kids play free here at Falmouth Country Club. Getting on the course is quick and easy with our app. You can book tee times, get yardages with GPS, use our interactive scorecard, track your stats, and receive exclusive in-app offers. Falmouth Country Club is a true Cape Cod classic and a local family favorite.
See you on the course.
Hi, I'm Coleman Mazel, outfielder from Alabama, and you're watching Commodores baseball on KTV.
Chatham calls on their 5th pitcher of the game. It's another lefty, and Josh Swink from Liberty. And he comes in a tough situation. Runners on first and second, with still just 1 out in this bottom of the 6th inning. Falmouth already has 4 across in the inning on back-to-back-to-back RBI singles for Mike Anu. Ken Schmidt, Mark Quattrati brought in 2 with the most recent single. Already 3 appearances for the lefty Swink, though, and he does have 1 decision with a 1-0 record. He is yet to give up a run in 5 2/3.
And it comes in about as opposite as a game as you can think of between these two teams.
Oh,
you
my
compare
goodness,
it to the season-opening 1-0 win for the Commodores at Veterans Field in Chatham. RBI single from Justin Osterhaus, the only run put across in a game in which 1 run was combined to score on 4 combined hits. Now you look at this one, we're not even through a full 6, Ben, and it's been 16 combined runs on 19 combined hits. This was looking offense coming to play now in Game 13 of the Commodores' season. After in Game 1, those wooden bats we're certainly still getting used to.
Swink hasn't given up a run yet this summer. He had a 4.54 ERA at 21 appearances and 6 starts at Liberty. They're on first and second with 1 out, and Landon Moran had the RBI double just an inning ago. Feels like forever ago that tied this game up. Now a soft grounder off the end of his bat, picked up at third by Gallagher. Throw to first in time for out number 2. Runners advance. It's Kent Schmidt into third, Mark Quattrati into second, 2 in scoring position as Falmouth tries to add on. Swinks an out away from getting out of it, and it's on the bat of Kyle Morrison. Morrison still yet to put a ball in play. Struck out his 2 most recent appearances. Walked his first time up in the second. Eventually got it stranded on first. But he's got himself a couple RBIs on the year. Takes the first pitch, fastball inside for ball 1. Swink has 6 appearances, or 6 starts added to his 2 starts his freshman year, 8 total. See, another guy who faced a lot of good teams, had a 2-inning appearance where he struggled against Clemson, gave up 4 earned runs in those 2 frames. 1-0 off the plate. Book is still open on that tough appearance for another Angler pitcher, Mason Bixby, but as of right now, only recorded 1 out, the third of an inning. Gave up 4 earned runs on 3 hits and 3 walks. He was the one who started this bottom of the 6th. 2-0, grounder right back at Swink this time. He'll pick it up and throw to first, a hard fastball over to first to get out of the inning. So he strands a pair, but Commodores get 4 in back-to-back frames that take a 2-run lead over Chatham as we head to the 7th.
You'll always be safe at home with the Diana Lucevero Group at Compass Real Estate.
Introducing Open Cape, the local nonprofit internet service provider in this region. Open Cape's fast and reliable network is 100% fiber optic, providing affordable internet connectivity. To learn more, visit opencape.org and always speak with a live Open Cape representative. Open Cape, providing choice and competition for your home or business and the official internet provider of your Falmouth Commodores.
We are Open Cape.
I'm Michael Gillen, right-handed pitcher from Clemson, and you're watching Commodore Baseball on Cape League TV.
"16 combined runs in this game. It's the Falmouth Commodores with a slight 2-run advantage. We still got 3 innings left to play. We entered the 7th. Commodores with that 2-run lead, also out hitting Chatham 11-8 on the day. And we've seen displays of power, a lot of quantity of singles as well. Mark Petrani had the go-ahead single just an inning ago, and a 3-run shot from Micah New back in the 5th.
A great summary from our producers there, Ben. But one thing that you can't see on that summary is that, remember, the Anglers went 12 up, 12 down to begin this game thanks to a pair of double plays turned by the Commodores. That's innings 1 through 4, then innings 5 through 6. Look at what the Anglers have done. They've played 19. They've had 19 batters come up across those 2 innings, again, after going 12 up, 12 down.
David Sheeran will try to complete his first full inning of work. Gave up a couple of singles that scored some runs, but neither of those were tagged to him. So a third of an inning, 2 hits, nobody scores on Sheeran. First pitch outside, the middle third of this lineup. Chase Fralick, the Chatham catcher, takes a pitch off the plate for ball 1. He came up to bat twice in that 5th inning, a walk and a ground out to short. Sheeran leaves another one off the plate. As a lot of the fastballs for him and the command issues have been outside. Both to righties and lefties, though, which is the most interesting part of the struggles for Sheeran. Was able to settle in and get the one out, a ground out to first unassisted to end the top of the 6th inning. Finds the inside corner this time for strike 1. And, you know, these two things kind of go hand in hand, but seeing a lot of runs. We've also seen so many pitchers today. 5 on Chatham's side. Devin Sheeran is number 4 for the Commodores. And he gives up a 3-1 count now on the fastball up. And the fastball's outside again. That's the second batter that Sheeran has walked now. Evan Gallagher, and now the 4-hitter, Chase Fralick. And after Falmouth takes the 2-run lead, Chatham's going to put a runner on base with nobody out. And you can tell just by the way this thing's going, this 2-run lead, this is far from over.
And that lead has already switched hands a few times. Commodores started with a 1-0 lead after 4 thanks to the solo homer from Kent Schmidt. And that 5-run top of the 5th inning for Chatham gave the Anglers the lead. Commodores came back within 4. And now, for the second time today, it's Falmouth with the lead.
Now David McCann's going to go out and have a conversation with Devin Sheeran. Maybe some strategy. Thought at first it was about pitch comm issues, but doesn't look to be the case. As you get this middle of the lineup and the 5-hitter, Daniel Jackson, waiting the set bet on the right-handed batter's box. And now Saltalamacchia is going to make a quick jog out. There is a righty warming up in the Falmouth bullpen, and it will be a pitching change. So a late decision here from Falmouth head man Jared Saltalamacchia will bring in a righty, the fifth pitcher of the day for the Commodores, to pitch against Jackson with a runner on first and nobody out. We'll have more on the new pitcher on the other end of this break on Cape League TV.
You'll always be safe at home with the Diana Lucevero Group at Compass Real Estate.
Introducing Open Cape, the local nonprofit internet service provider in this region. Open Cape's fast and reliable network is 100% fiber optic, providing affordable internet connectivity. To learn more, visit opencape.org and always speak with a live Open Cape representative. Open Cape, providing choice and competition for your home or business and the official internet provider of your Falmouth Commodores.
We are Open Cape.
I'm Michael Gillen, right-handed pitcher from Clemson, and you're watching Commodore Baseball on Cape League TV.
We'll get our first look at Carson Estridge, the new Falmouth Commodore, West Virginia pitcher, the second West Virginia pitcher of the game, as it's just been all Big 12 arms today. We've seen two TCU pitchers, one on each side, now the second West Virginia pitcher on Falmouth's side. Just look at those numbers from back in the spring for West Virginia. A couple of tough situations in 22 appearances.
A couple of Mountaineer men we've now seen come out of the bullpen for Jared Saltalamacchia and first-year pitching coach Todd Carroll. Second of two West Virginia righties. First time we'll see Carson Estridge in a Commodores uniform. The right-hander out of Haymarket, Virginia.
At 22 appearances this most recent season with an ERA just north of 6. Where he had a few starts, just 3, but mostly didn't go deep into games, 48 in the third inning. So he's kind of a bulldog pitching a lot of different games for West Virginia, oftentimes multiple games in a weekend. A lot of innings out of the bullpen, but he inherits a runner on first base with nobody out. And before he throws his first pitch, David McCann asks for a relay of the signs back to his dugout. He'll come in with a 2-run lead with a game-tying run at the plate in the top of the 7th inning, where a game just feels like we are not done scoring yet. And the first pitch he throws, he gets an awkward swing from Daniel Jackson. It was 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground out to short by a pitch to start things off back in that 5th inning.
I think when you think of that opening day Doors win as well, Ben, you remember it was only 3 pitchers utilized in that win for the Commodores between Caden Eschman, Connor Lynn, and Joe Sabbath. And then just the 2 for Chatham in the 1-0 loss using JT Quinn and Charlie Foster. Now for Chatham, the Anglers have used 5 pitchers, and Falmouth has used 5 pitchers of its own into this contest.
One of the many ways those 2 meetings between the two have been night and day. It's Jackson to go golfing. Now 0-2 pitch will come outside for the first ball of the count. One, 2, cut on and miss. Strikeout number 1 of the summer for Carson Estridge. So against Daniel Jackson, the first time he's been struck out today. And 91 miles an hour on the fastball at the outer part of the plate. And his Falmouth pitching staff now has 7 of them on the day. 3 from the starter Baumler, a couple from Porco, 1 from Vanesco and Estridge each.
That's the most utilized pitch for Estridge in the 5-pitch mix. Uses his fastball about 53% of the time. Top out at about 93 with an overhand slot. Also uses a changeup, curveball, a cutter, and a slider pretty effectively, and it mixes them up as well. All 4 of those pitches will be thrown by Estridge at about 12 to 13% of the time.
A lot of different pitches, and an awkward swing on another curveball now to the 6-hitter. Jackson Freeman with runner on first and 1 out. Throws that curveball really well. A lot of break on it. 0-1 fastballs outside to even the count at 1-1. Talked a lot about the Northwestern program on the rise. Jackson Freeman will head into his 3rd season there in Evanston.
I love those bright purple batting gloves and the shin guard as well.
1-1 fastball called. Strike on the outer part of the plate. A generous strike from the home plate umpire today, Mike Hinojosa. And the second batter, Estridge, faces, so he gets out in front again to make it 1-2. One, two, cut on and missed off the bat of Freeman, tipped into the mitt of McCann. Inherited a runner on first with 2 outs. Now back-to-back strikeouts, and he's an out away from getting out of the top of the 7th.
How about these West Virginia righties that have came into the game for Falmouth? We see Robbie Porco come out, didn't exit with the best outing that he would wanted to, but struck out the first 2 batters he faces, and now his Mountaineer teammate in Carson Estridge does the same. For Estridge, it's happening on his first appearance on Cape Cod.
Hanley is yet to be retired today. A walk, an RBI double, and a single. And he's going to first pitch swing, pop one into deep left field, but playable. And left for Morrison for the 3rd out. Carson Estridge, first appearance as a Commodore, strands a runner on first. And the Commodores, for now, keep that 9-7 2-run lead intact. It's time to stretch. It's also the middle of the 7th here at Gov Fuller Field, which means a great tradition, America the Beautiful. We'll send it to our PA announcer, William Rosen.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to sing America the Beautiful, written by Catherine Lee Bates of Falmouth, Massachusetts. Please welcome back the Falmouth Academy singer.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Fletcher Parson.
Are you looking for that perfect pregame meal? Supreme Pizza has you covered. Its extensive menu has everything from pies and calzones to salads and subs. And with its online ordering system, delicious food is just one click away.
It's an honor to support the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Supreme Pizza is open every day of the week. Order online or stop by their store, located at 147 T-Ticket Highway, and try a slice today.
Hi, I'm Michael Kasparian, president of the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is here for the benefit of the whole community. Whether you're a local business or a visitor, Falmouth has endless offerings, from its beautiful beaches and historical sites to its local shopping and eateries. The Chamber bridges the 8 villages, providing visitors with all the tools to make their trip one to remember. Our visitor center is located in downtown Falmouth, just off of Main Street. Come by and meet our team. The Falmouth Chamber of Commerce, your community connection.
I'm Trevor Baumler, right-handed pitcher from TCU, and you're watching Commodores baseball on Cape League TV.
The Cape League All-Stars will shine once again on July 19th at Red Wilson Field in Yarmouth for the 2025 Cape Cod Baseball League All-Star Game. Don't miss an action-packed day of All-Star Day festivities. Buy your tickets today at CapeCodBaseballStore.org. That's CapeCodBaseballStore.org. Commodores trying to prove why they should be in the Cape Cod League All-Star Game with a lot of stellar offensive performances today. They lead Chatham 9-7 as we've reached the bottom of the 7th. David McCann, the 8-hitter, will lead things off and take a first pitch off the plate for ball 1. Falmouth Commodores bat around at that bottom of the 6th inning, so McCann led off the 6th and will lead off the 7th as well. Struck out swinging before the Commodores had 3 straight walks, followed by 3 straight base hits. And McCann will chop one foul after a pitch inside, so an even 1-1 count.
How about that inning on the mound as well from Carson Estridge, the first time we see him in a Commodore uniform. He gets onto the mound with one already on via the walk, but delivers the first scoreless half inning that we've had in the last 2 1/3 between this Commodores and Anglers matchup.
11 home runs a season ago for David McCann to go with his 27 RBIs at Virginia Tech. 2 multi-home run games, and he takes a big hack at that slider. Let's go down to the count 1-2. Swink came in and got the last 2 outs of that inning, of that bottom of the 6th inning, and really did all he could. He's the 5th pitcher of the day for Chatham. Got 2 ground outs. 1-2 fastball up and out. Ground out to second and a ground out back to him where he laced about as hard a throw over you're going to see to first base on the 1-3 putout. But Chatham would love if he can settle in. Falmouth would love if Carson Estridge can settle in as well. Comes back with the slider, popped up foul and out of play. This is a game that to be expected with a lot of runs. It's also taken a lot of time. We're approaching that 3-hour mark now at 2:45-ish. We've still got a couple innings to play after this one. Myers home the 2-2. Fastball just a tad inside, so McCann has worked a full count. Working at 0 for 3 day with a pop-up, fly-out, strikeout. Payoff. Awkward contact. He slams his bat as that sky out of play. McCann definitely thought that was a pitch he could hit.
You have to change out bats, and we know from batting practice, Dave McCann loves that gray, even Hokies gray bat. Yeah. He's showing off, I believe it was, had his name on it as well. He gave a couple of teammates some at-bats with it at BP.
Yeah, goes well with the gray helmet, too. Yeah. With that. It's interesting, too. His batting helmet and his catcher's helmet are very different logos. That's the traditional VT logo on his batting helmet. He's got the T in the V on that catcher's helmet. Try another payoff pitch, and he's down on strikes. Swink brought the heat. Second time McCann struck out in as many innings. One gone in the 7th.
It's a good pitch by Swink, again working into his 2nd inning of work, and now delivers home his first strikeout.
Now Chris Newstrom with 1 gone, nobody on base. First pitch outside for ball 1. Newstrom reached twice, a walk back in the 3rd. Had a walk in the 6th. He's also got a ground out to 3rd. Just as we were talking about how much he walks. He walked last time up in the 6th. Fastball almost caught him inside 2-0. Just that 1-1. 0 for 2, though, in his couple of plate appearances in that 5-inning game last night at Hyannis. Just the 1 RBI on the year. Of course, it's kind of more difficult to have a ton of opportunities when you're consistently hitting at the bottom of the lineup. Change up at the knees for strike 2. Still looking to show his first display of power as well. No home runs for him on the year yet. Change up, foul back into the net. Still looking for his first base hit in general. No doubles or triples. And pretty interesting, too. If you go look at the Falmouth Commodore roster right now, an active roster, there are only 2 guys listed as outfielders on the roster still active, Chris Newstrom and Mike Adu. Newstrom's played more infield than he has outfield this year, so you have to have guys like Morales to play in the outfield. Today, Landon Moran and Kyle Morrison both listed as infielders, playing right and left respectively today. 1-2 pitch off the plate. Of course, Adrian Lopez can play in the outfield.
I think those corner outfield spots, just as you mentioned, have become a really good spot for field manager Jared Saltamaki to pencil in some of his guys that he wants to see get into the lineup.
Myers home the 2-2. Check swing on a pitch that came inside. Newstrom was able to lay off. And both batters to start this spot of the 7th have had full counts. In games between the Falmouth Commodores and Chatham Anglers this year, they've played a total of 16 innings, and a total of 17 runs have been scored. 16 of them today, 1 of them on opening day. And now home plate umpire Mike Hinojosa is going to go out and have a conversation with the 3 umpires. Not sure what this is about. Ruben Ramirez and Thomas Agasta come in, the first and third base umpires. Maybe a pitch clock issue as Newstrom's making his way towards first base and taking off his batting gear. All of his batting gear is off of him right now and standing next to home plate. Now Newstrom makes his way back to the home plate, so I don't know. Newstrom awaiting, now having a conversation with Freilich, the catcher. And they call it ball 4. Pitch clock violation as the 3 umpires come in to talk about it. That'll send Chris Newstrom to first base for his 3rd walk of today's game as the 9-hitter.
The 0-for-1 now for Chris Newstrom doesn't tell the full story. As the walk in the 3rd, the 6th, and now again in the 7th. Big moment for some insurance now with the leadoff man, Carl Schmidt.
So this is exactly how the bottom of the 6th inning got started. A strikeout from McCann and a walk from Newstrom. If it was the same, Carl Schmidt would walk as well. He's got himself 2 walks today. Change up top part of the zone for strike 1.
Would walk and score as well as Newstrom and Schmidt came around in the 6th.
Hit 280 a season ago, but a very good on-base percentage at 361. Got his OPS to 808 at Cal. He's got a 1-1 count. So we got a Liberty on a Cal matchup. The pitcher to the hitter. Another lefty on righty look. Newstrom not too far off the first base bag. 3 of the 5 pitchers today for Chatham have been lefties. Continues the trend of Falmouth facing a lot of southpaws. And maybe the offensive success has to do with them starting to get used to the lefties a little bit. Fastball, Schmidt spoils it. Come on, he's down to a 2-strike count. That OPS to combine with how good of a defensive season he had. It's interesting, we talk about needing some guys to play the outfield a little bit.
Yep.
Carl Schmidt was an outfielder at Cal, but he said he wanted to get a lot of experience at different infield spots this summer. So he's consistently getting those starts at third base. Got us a couple starts at second base as well. 1-2, caught on and missed. Strikeout number 2 of the inning for Swink. Number 2 of the game as well. 2 down for Adrian Lopez. Lopez yet to be retired, 3 singles and a walk. It's both sides, some of the best days coming from Big Ten guys. Lopez has reached 4 times. Hanley's reached 3 times with a walk and a couple of base hits. Both of those guys have scored. Hanley's got an RBI, 2 of them actually. Adrian Lopez still looking for his first RBI of the day. He would need an extra base hit to do so with a runner on first. Beautiful movement on that curveball, and it does find a piece of the outside corner for strike 1.
The best game that we're seeing out of Adrian Lopez so far in a Commodores uniform. Mentioned first 3-hit game as a door. Adds on that walk, and he scored 2 of Falmouth's 9 runs today.
0-1, try to go after that fastball high.
For Lopez, not to mention the 2 double plays he turned in back-to-back innings. Part of the 12 straight Angler batters retired. It's because Adrian Lopez spun it in the second and the third.
He'll go back to USC for his 3rd season of college baseball. The first time he'll spend 2 seasons at a place after starting at Long Beach State. Runner takes off for second. The pitch is low. It bounces up, so there will be no throw on to second. Chris Newstrom's got himself in scoring position with a swiped bag.
Second straight bag for Newstrom in as many innings as well. Trying to show Tony Vidal he has some of that speed and needs to be a consistent piece for the Volunteers next spring.
So now a 4th single for Adrian Lopez would have a good chance to score one and gives him some insurance. Commodores 6 outs away from grabbing their 6th win of the year, but they'd love that insurance. 1-2's outside. Lopez had 7 total hits in the last series of the year at a 3-game set with Washington. Kind of goes to how well he was playing at the end of the year. It's a series where USC actually dropped to Washington and almost put him on the outside looking in of the NCAA tournament. Washington was another bubble team who missed out. This one popped sky high down the first base line. The first baseman Hanley going over. He twists his body and will not make the play in the Falmouth bullpen. Overran it just a bit, tried to come back and can't do so.
Exactly right. When it's Hanley, the first baseman, who realizes that he's on that road and does overran it, Ben, that's really tough terrain to adjust your body to flip your hips and get back to the ball, and that's exactly what Hanley was unable to do.
And that is not a surface that is as fun to land on as a normal warning track is, more gravel. That keeps the count at 2-2 for Lopez. Newstrom takes off for third of the 2-2. Lopez lifts it to right. Freeman settles out number 3. Falmouth puts another one on a Chris Newstrom walk, but can't bring him in. They keep a 2-run lead. Let's go to the 8th on Cape League TV.
Are you looking for that perfect pregame meal? Supreme Pizza has you covered. Its extensive menu has everything from pies and calzones to salads and subs. And with its online ordering system, delicious food is just one click away.
It's an honor to support the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Supreme Pizza is open every day of the week. Order online or stop by their store located at 147 T-Ticket Highway and try a slice today.
Hi, I'm Michael Kasparian, president of the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is here for the benefit of the whole community. Whether you're a local business or a visitor, Falmouth has endless offerings, from its beautiful beaches and historical sites to its local shopping and eateries. The Chamber bridges the 8 villages, providing visitors with all the tools to make their trip one to remember. Our visitor center is located in downtown Falmouth, just off of Main Street. Come by and meet our team. The Falmouth Chamber of Commerce, your community connection.
I'm Trevor Baumler, right-handed pitcher from TCU, and you're watching Commodores baseball on Cape League TV.
This day has turned to night at Gov Fuller Field as this 16 total run game has reached the 8th inning, where the Commodores are just 6 outs away from taking it. Still some fans at Gov Fuller Field try to watch the Commodores close it out. First batter that Estridge faced, he walked. And that has just been a story of today, both teams. 14 combined walks, and so much of it goes to the difference between the first game and this game. They set the record, Cape Cod League record, since it had been tracked in total strikeouts with 33 the first time these two teams faced. Pitchers, little different success today. Now they've walked a lot of batters.
Yeah, that's a great nugget from our associate producer in the back, Timmy Weiss, to see. Again, the 14 combined walks between these two teams, that wasn't the case. You mentioned the 33 combined strikeouts, Ben, the last time these two teams met. Guess what? They only combined for 4 walks in that 1-0 opening day Commodores win.
And you've seen some common denominators. I guess he's just the only one in Charlie Foster who pitched in both of these appearances. And his 2 days were very different. which kind of goes to the storyline. Ashton Larson will lead things off to make it 8-9-1 in the lineup for Chatham. Leaves the first pitch off on a fastball high for ball one. Larson, strikeout, walk, strikeout, his 3 plate appearances. Grounded down the third baseline. Going to be a tough play. It's off the glove of Carl Schmidt, and that's going to give I apologize for some technical difficulties, as I believe that one's going to be ruled a single. On the first at-bat for Ashton Larson, Carl Schmidt maybe had a chance. That was going to be a really tough play to make no matter what. Larson's got his first base hit today, second time he's been on base. And for Carl Schmidt, again, to reiterate, it wasn't necessarily his fault down in air there, but someone who's kind of newer to third base, at least at this college level, playing mostly the outfield at Cal, has been really solid at the hot corner, though. It really has seemed like he's someone who's played third base all college season long.
You look around at how good of an all-encompassing player Schmidt's been so far this year. That average at 263 today after an 0 for 3 so far today. But his average has kept him in the lineup, has bumped him up to the leadoff spot for the first time since that opening day win against his Anglers team. And you're right, he's really had at least a sufficeable glove at third so far, trying to prove to Cal that he can't play the infield for the Golden Bears this spring.
Isaiah Lane almost lost the bat on that awkward swing that evens the count at 1-1 with a runner on first and nobody on base. Fires a fastball grounded through the shift on the right side. Larson's up to second. Isaiah Lane's into first with his second base hit of the game. He's now got an RBI sac fly, RBI single, and nobody out single in back-to-back-to-back plate appearances. Pretty successful day for the 9-hole. And now it's the top of the lineup with runners on first and second and nobody out. Like we talked about, this game is far from over. Some ways refreshing to see a scoreless seventh inning after both teams scored in the sixth and the seventh. Falmouth scored 8 combined in those two. Chatham scored 7 combined in those two. And it was a Falmouth 1-0 lead before that.
It's been the bottom third of the order that's done the work today for Chatham. 7, 8, 9, now a combined 5 for 9 between Hanley, Larson, and Lane, respectively.
Fastball up to Henry Ford. Had an RBI single his last time in the sixth. 1 for 4 day. And there is a sixth pitcher warming up in the Falmouth bullpen. It's the new Alabama Crimson Tide, Caden Humphrey. 1-0, popped high out of play down the first baseline. And again, that bottom of the third doing so much damage. As you see Humphrey warming up. It's really been the top of the lineup for Falmouth that's done more damage. But, I mean, you kind of go top to bottom. Almost everybody in both lineup has had some sort of impact at a big inning. One chopper to the left side, picked up on a couple hops. Throw goes to second, and a nice force out. A 6-5 fielder's choice for out number 1 in the inning, and a nice play by Adrian Lopez.
I waited for Adrian Lopez again, who's had a really good glove at shortstop today to get the lead man at third with Carl Schmidt. Keep runners on first and second again, but prevent that run to cut into this 2-run Commodores lead from being 90 feet away.
Gavin Gallagher now with same situation except 1 out in the inning. That eliminates the lead runner, Ashton Larson, who's got a lot of speed. Lane and Ford now on the base paths, second and first respectively. First pitch swinging is Gallagher, and he fouled it back. Gallagher's reached a couple of times on walks, both in the 5th and 6th innings. It is Estridge's first appearance on the Cape. A lot of times with guys' first appearances, you see him go longer. So now that he's an inning and a third, he has the potential to go all 3. See if Humphrey might just be a backup scenario. Of course, got 5 tough outs to finish this game, though, because a very good Chatham offense. They've had 7-7 and 6-6 ties this year. They gave up a lot of runs. They score a lot of runs. It's Gallagher with a 1-1 count. Fastball caught on and missed. Now puts him down 1-2. In that first inning, you saw a couple of strikeouts from Estridge. Still looking for his first strikeout of the inning. Has given up a couple of base hits, though, both of these in the inning, and then a walk back in the seventh. Estridge will step off the mound. West Virginia, North Carolina matchup with Gallagher at the plate. Both guys who played in regionals. Gallagher a little more success. The Chapel Hill Chapel Hill Regional most outstanding player. And back-to-back years, his freshman and sophomore seasons. The moment gets bigger. The lights get brighter. Gallagher plays better. Had the first regional game he ever played in, he had a walk-off grand slam against Long Island. Changeup cut on and missed on the 2-2. Strikeout number 3 of the game for Estridge. The runners stay put at first and second. Trying to get out of this tough spot in the top of the 8th. Commodores do have another off day tomorrow before 6 straight upcoming after tomorrow's exhibition game of the Cape Cod League All-Stars versus the Futures Draft League All-Stars. But they'll have another home game on Tuesday against Bourne, coupled with Cotuit in the middle of the week, including the 4th of July home matchup with the Kettleers the first 2 times they play.
That's what always gets me with that graphic. You believe July 4th is already this coming weekend?
Yeah.
A 2-game series, the lone 2-game series that the Commodores will have all season coming against the rival and the Cotuit Kettleers on July 3rd and 4th.
Well, Mendoza's last opportunity with the game-tying run on base right now and 2 outs in the 8th inning. It has really snuck up on us. And I was doing the prep today, and this is game number 13 already of the season. It feels like yesterday, opening day between these same 2 teams.
One of those conundrums when it feels like it's the same thing, but so much has happened between these 2 teams, especially think of the roller coaster Falmouth's been on so far with a 5-7 start.
2-0 pitch, fastball inside for ball 3. Check that was a 1-0 pitch, make it 2-0 now. No, I was right, 3-0.
Commodores team, you've really seen a little bit of everything from. You think of that 14-5 win at Orleans, a 6-0 shutout loss here to Harwich, a team that's got the most home runs hit by any team on Cape Cod, but one of the lowest averages as well. It's really a mix of just about everything.
3-0 fastball way high, almost got by McCann. Bases are loaded for Chatham. They've done that in 3 of the last 4 innings. And a game-tying run moves into scoring position. Still 2 outs. It's all up to Chase Freilich. And, despite the differences in the 2 games, both of them, I would say, have been very good baseball games. So these 2 will play 2 more. One of them was on that graphic coming up a week from today, this time back at Veterans Field in Chatham. The second of 2 meetings between the 2 at Chatham this year. First pitch to Freilich off the plate for ball 1, where he has reached 3 times. 2 walks, a single. He's also grounded out to short. He got 2 at-bats, 2 plate appearances, I should say, in the 5th inning. Check swing, called strike at the knees. Even this count up. So you're starting to see what you're going to get from Estridge. You're going to see some walks. You're going to see some strikeouts. That was the first walk he allowed. Already has 3 strikeouts on the day. And, of course, the 2 base hits coming in this inning. Check that, 2 walks now for him on the day. Fastball jammed down the third baseline. Make it 1-2.
For Chatham,
go ahead.
Just for Chatham as a team, 6 for 12 with runners in scoring position, but the Anglers 1 strike away from shredding the bases loaded for the 2nd time in the last 3 innings, Ben.
Freilich was very good in RBI chances at Auburn this past season. At 41 of them, 17 doubles, both of those top 3 on a very good Auburn team that was the number 4 national seed before getting swept by Coastal Carolina, before Freilich sees the 1-2 pitch, a meeting on the mound between McCann and Estridge. give an opportunity for the home plate umpire, Mike and Hosta, to get more balls. Estrich raised his attention back at Freilich. 1-2. Inside. Now it's even. All SEC freshman team member. He started 59 games in his first collegiate season. In his second game of the year at a 3-hit game versus Holy Cross. All of his starts coming at either the DH or the catcher in Auburn. And he is the catcher today. 2-2 in the dirt. McCann keeps it in front, but the count has run full. And this has become the biggest pitch of the game. Nowhere to put him, and a full count coming up. Runners will be off on the pitch. West Virginia's Estrich pitching to Auburn's Freilich. And a 2-run game. The payoff. Slow grounder back up the middle. Going to be tough. It's picked up by Estrich. Throw to first. Picked at first by Kent Schmidt. Commodores strand them. Bases left loaded for the third time today for the Anglers as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Huge appearance for Estrich.
Introducing Open Cape, the local nonprofit internet service provider in this region. Open Cape's fast and reliable network is 100% fiber optic, providing affordable internet connectivity. To learn more, visit opencape.org and always speak with a live Open Cape representative. Open Cape, providing choice and competition for your home or business and the official internet provider of your Falmouth Commodores.
We are Open Cape.
Hi, my name is Matt Burgess, General Manager here at Falmouth Country Club. We have a unique 27-hole public golf course with a beautiful layout that is family-oriented. Kids play free here at Falmouth Country Club. Getting on the course is quick and easy with our app. You can book tee times, get yardages with GPS, use our interactive scorecard, track your stats, and receive exclusive in-app offers. Falmouth Country Club is a true Cape Cod classic and a local family favorite.
See you on the course.
Hi, I'm Landon Moran, first baseman outfielder from Stetson University, and you're watching Commodore Baseball on Cape League TV.
For the 5th time today, the Chatham Anglers will open the door to their bullpen. It's the 6th pitcher and the Michigan Wolverine, Preston Barr, who has a couple of appearances this season and a 9 ERA. Just 3 innings, given up 3 earned runs in those 3 innings. And a whip sitting above 2.33. Comes in trailing by 2 to the Falmouth Commodores here at Gov Fuller Field. And, of course, this is a good time to remind all Commodores fans they can join us on Thursday, July 10th, to meet the coaches. Get to know new field manager Jared Saltalamacchia and the rest of the coaching staff at this can't-miss event. Head to falmouthcommodores.com for more information. That's falmouthcommodores.com for more info. It's the heart of the lineup the first time through. And the first batters that Preston Barr will face. And Mike Adu, the 3-hitter, who's already homered today. He's going to square around to bunt and pops one up to shallow third base. Gallagher picks it up, throw to first, not in time. So how about this? Mike Anu in his last 2 plate appearances, a 3-run home run, an RBI single, and lays down a bunt single to start off the bottom of the 8th.
I'll tell you what, that was not the best placed bunt by Mike Anu, a guy who's going to be performing in front of Major League scouts tomorrow at Citi Field. But I bet he hopes that those Citi Field scouts saw that 0 to 90 right there from New. Yeah. I don't know how he even beat that one out ahead of the throw from the third baseman, Gallagher.
That is an elite third baseman at Gallagher who made a very nice throw. Still wasn't enough to catch the speedy Mike Anu. Now Ken Schmidlbat with a runner on first and no one out. Fastball outside for ball 1 to him. Barr, one of the couple of Michigan Wolverines on this team. Noah Miller, Michigan catcher who was not in the lineup today. Going into his sophomore season, spending his JUCO year at Wabash Valley. New takes off for second base, and he's in there safely. Ball gets into shallow center, but Henry Ford's right there to make sure it doesn't go any further. So one in scoring position with nobody out for the Commodores, trying to add some insurance before they'll attempt to close things out in the top of the ninth.
And just in case you thought that Micah New wasn't that fast on the bunt single that he just grounded out, he says, hey, I'll swipe second. Now tied with Antonio Morales with the Commodores team lead of 5 stolen bases.
And Schmidt has done much better with runners in scoring position the last few games. He's got himself a solo home run and an RBI single as well as Micah New. So both of those guys having similar days, and a double to start things off back in the second inning. This game has seen it all, and it has seesawed back and forth. Commodores grabbed the lead back in the bottom of the 4th inning. It didn't last long. Anglers put up 5, top of 5. 2-1 pitch offside, and the hitter's count now for Schmidt. Right after they take that 5-1 lead, the Commodores score 4 thanks to a 3-run home run from New and an RBI double from Landon Moran. So after 5, tied up at 5. Once we head to the 6th inning, Anglers take the lead back with 2 of their own. Commodores put up their second straight 4-run frame to take a 9-7 lead. And that's where we are right now. Schmidt fouls that one up to round the count full. There's also a game that has taken a lot of time as well, sitting at 9:15, 3 hours and 15 minutes of game time before we've even reached the 9th inning. Payoff pitch, slow breaker, popped high behind the plate. Going after it is Freilich, having to readjust it. He will make the play. Mike Anu stays put at second base. It's a nice out for the new pitcher, Preston Barr.
It is first out recorded by Barr. Thought Schmidt was sitting fastball there, so when it came in the changeup, 76 miles an hour atop the zone by Bart. Fooled Schmidt, but not the catcher. Again, in Chase Freilich. Chatham's had a really nice recent history of Auburn catchers. You think about their average leader last year, it's Ike Irish, who's now a potential top 10 pick in the Major League Baseball draft. And the potential now replacement for him as Auburn's backstop. He's the catcher now for Chatham and Freilich.
Quattrani is the difference in this game. He had a 2 RBI single that took the lead in the bottom of the 6th. Changeup, called strike on the outer part. And how about the heart of this lineup? 3, 4, 5 for the Commodores. A combined 8 RBIs. 4 of them from Mike Anu. 2 from Ken Schmidt. 2 from Mark Quattrani. They have driven in 8 of the 9 runs for Falmouth today. Changeup, cut on and missed.
And that's not really where the Commodores have gotten most of their production so far this season. It's been the leadoff guys. Antonio Morales had a really good summer so far at the leadoff position. And then we talked about 7 through 9 has given the Commodores a bulk of their scoring. Now it's when that 2 through 6 is really popping off.
Add to that, too, you add Landon Moran, who's on deck. He has the 9th RBI with an RBI double back in the 5th. Throwaway pitch, fastball up for ball 1.
It's how you set your lineup to be, right? Always the first couple guys get on base, and then you hit them home with 3 through 6 or 7.
It helps, too, when you have guys like Antonio Morales, Carl Schmidt, who hit about 300 at the top of your lineup to hit leadoff. 1, 2, and Quattrani chased it. See some frustration. It'll need a throw from Freilich, but got it with no problem. So after the bunt single and the stolen base, it'll pop-up strikeout. It's Landon Moran with 2 outs.
First strikeout used by Preston Barr. He had 7 strikeouts and 4 walks across just 18 innings pitched and 14 games for Michigan this past spring.
Moran's got an RBI double back in the 5th we talked about. Change up low into the dirt for ball 1. One for 4 total today. 1-0, hit down the left field line. Tailing foul, it'll land foul. Even 1-1 count. So there's some action going on in the Falmouth bullpen currently. We'll see if they want to stick with Estridge, but it's like a righty warming up. She is still Caden Humphrey. Landon Moran pops one down the third baseline out of play.
Think about the couple hits that the lefty Moran has had today, especially going back to the RBI double he had in the fifth inning. Remember, he kept aiming and hitting just foul, hitting it late down left field line.
Yeah.
And the next pitch he saw, he got it right inside the third base foul line. Now a couple foul balls in that same area for the Stetson Hatter and Moran.
He's got that batting average by the Mendoza line, 176 coming into today. Picked up RBI number 5 on the year. Heads towards that open grassy area down the third baseline again.
Just an opposite field magnet right now. Moran just has to straighten it out, get a little bit out in front of it.
Just a little late on a lot of these pitches, the lefty Moran. But it's still a 1-2 count with a runner on second. And 2 gone.
Left fielder Daniel Jackson taking as many steps to his right as you'll probably see against the left-handed hitter.
1-2 pitch, fouled off. So this has turned into a good at-bat for Moran. Barr not budging either. Still only threw 1 ball in this count. Barr made his collegiate debut against a very good UCLA team, as it is Caden Humphrey warming in the bullpen for Falmouth. Might see him in the ninth.
It's where he starred last year for North Florida and could be that guy for Rob Vaughn and the Crimson Tide this coming spring.
Chatham still trying to get out of this bottom of the 8th. 1-2 pitch. Called. Strike 3 on the inner part. Moran doesn't like it. Anglers do. They'll need 2 once we get to the top of the 9th as Commodores try to pick up their 6th win of the year. We'll have the finish on Cape League TV.
Hi, I'm Jim Murray, owner of Falmouth's historic Clam Shack, now Jim's Clam Shack. Located on scenic Falmouth Harbor, Jim's Clam Shack is a destination for the best seafood and sunsets on the Cape. We're open 7 days a week, so stop by for lunch or join us for dinner on the rooftop deck. Bring the entire family to try our wide selection of seafood and kid-friendly option. We deliver the freshest products to your plates daily. Jim's Clam Shack, proud supporter of the Falmouth Commodores.
You'll always be safe at home with the Diana Lucevero Group at Compass Real Estate.
I'm Adrian Lopez. I'm an infielder from the University of Southern California, and you're watching Commodore Baseball on Cape League TV.
It is Caden Humphrey to try to close things out against the Chatham Anglers. This is the new pitcher for Falmouth. Pitcher number 6 on the day for the Commodores. Some defensive changes. Chris Newstrom heads to third base as Ben Royo comes out to second. As Carl Schmidt heads to left for Kyle Morrison. And Humphrey making a few appearances already for the Commodores, the North Florida Alabama transfer. ERA a little high right now just because of one bad appearance. This is his 4th appearance of the summer. That 11.25 ERA is one he'd like to improve upon. And his 4 innings in his 3 appearances so far. It will be 5, 6, 7 in the Chatham lineup to try to close things up. Daniel Jackson, Jackson Freeman, and Jake Hanley. Talking about Humphrey making the change from North Florida to Alabama. Had a very good season this past year with the Ospreys. He's kind of a do-it-all guy out of the bullpen. He started his college career at Stetson. 5.65 ERA 2 years ago. Improved that to just 4.3, 24 appearances, all of them in relief. He was the closer for North Florida, and they're trying to keep him in that closer role today. Pick up his first save in the 2025 summer. First pitch to Daniel Jackson comes in the middle of the zone for strike one. 3 strikeouts in his first 3 appearances, just 4 innings on the Cape. This is his first year playing in the Cape Cod Baseball League. 5 earned in those 4 innings. 0-1 pitch, chopped foul down the third baseline. Daniel Jackson has reached just once on the hit by pitch. He struck out twice and grounded to short. Caden Humphrey is the 12th total pitcher on the day in a game where we have 16 combined runs, 22 combined base hits. Chatham Anglers have the 1 error after a 1-0, 3 hits combined game against Chatham Anglers first time they played. Make that 4 combined hits. Humphrey, wild pitch, but nobody on base. Chatham can somehow come back, force this one to extras or get a win. They get themselves back to 500 on the year, 5-5-3. Commodores need 2 wins to get back to 500. They could do so with a win here and then playing Bourne right here again on Tuesday. That plunked him. Fastball ran in and drilled Daniel Jackson the second time he's been hit today, and he will jog on to first base. Game-tying run will come to the plate at the top of the 9th.
It's a big runner to put on, and the first one faced by Caden Humphrey. It's now, again, that's a 7-8-9 that's due up for the Anglers. 6-7-8, you got Freeman up first, but this is the part of the order for the Anglers that's really been important for their 7-run, 10-hit day.
Now Freeman singled twice, and he's going to take the first pitch he sees. Line into center. Easy grab out there for Mike Anu. 33% of the way here in the 9th. This is a good time. As a reminder, this broadcast is a copyrighted production of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Any unauthorized duplication, retransmission, or other use is strictly prohibited. Now here's someone who's got some home run power, Jake Hanley. Doesn't have his first one on the Cape yet this year, though. But he does have 2 RBIs in this game to go with his 2 base hits and a walk. Had 14 home runs in his freshman year at Indiana. Fastball runs in on the hands for ball 1. It's 14 home runs to go with the 52 RBIs, 9 doubles. Let's go with his 1 triple, so a total of 24 extra base hits in that 1,004 OPS. Started every single game as a freshman for the Hoosiers. And a called strike at the knees, now even 1-1. Humphrey, ERA improvement of over a full run. And he led the Atlantic Sun, was top 8 in the country a season ago in saves as well. Had 11 of them. Fastball off the plate for ball 2 to Jake Hanley. Had 4 decisions as well, 2-2. Mostly pitched in the last innings of games, but he had some earlier appearances as well. No starts, though. The most he ever went in the game was 2 2/3. That came against his former team, Stetson. He gave up 3 earned, and now he's given Jake Hanley a hitter's count on that fastball out. With Daniel Jackson on first base. 1 out of the 9th. Hanley pops one up. Now to play down the third base line, giving a chase is the new third baseman, Arroyo, and let that go out. It's Chris Newstrom at third. Check that. Arroyo is at second now. Schmitten left. That payoff to Hanley. Another one. Spoiled. Well, try it again. It's putting Humphrey in a tough spot.
I certainly is. Again, this is Humphrey who's had a couple appearances to forget so far on Cape Cod. Highest leverage situation that Humphrey, the newest Alabama Crimson Tide right-hander, has come in. It's a tough batter to face now in Indiana's Jake Hanley.
Try another payoff pitch. Hanley spoils it again. This is turned into a 7-pitch at-bat with pitch number 8 upcoming. Had a slower start to his summer, but he has been really good as of late. Batting average still below the Mendoza line even after the 2 hits today. And breaking balls outside for ball 4. The game-tying run reaches base. A hit by pitch of the first batter for Jackson, and now the 8-pitch walk for Jake Hanley. It was a really good plate appearance, his second walk of the day. And Ashton Larson in his first game of the summer, the 24 Cape League All-Star, has a huge spot.
In his first game back on Cape Cod this season, just finishing up in Baton Rouge with the 2025 National Championship with the LSU Tigers. This is the player you want in this position if you're first-year manager Dennis Cook. Question is he ready in the first game back on the island?
Swings and misses at the first pitch. Beautiful curveball came across front part of the plate. In his first game back, already has his first base hit just an inning ago. He led off the 8th with a single, ended up getting stranded on base. He's also reached on a walk today. Breaking ball in. So, a little bit of command issues here for Caden Humphrey before this game. In his first 4 innings, he has walked just 2 batters. Struck out 3. It's been the hits, not the walks, that were issues for him in his first few appearances. Larson fouls one off. Now down 1-2. Talked about how great the 7 through 9 spot part of this lineup has been, but always going to be scared of Henry Ford at the top of the lineup, as he would be due up at some point if Larson or Lane can reach. 1-2 pitch, grounded hard, right at first base, picked up by Schmidt on to second, to first, in time! A 3-6-1 double play ends it. The Chatham Anglers were threatening here at the top of the 9th, but the defense does the job for the Falmouth Commodores. And the stereotypical closer, Caden Humphrey at school, brings his closer magic here to the Cape and picks up his first save of the 2025 Cape League season. And the 9-7 marathon belongs to the Falmouth Commodores.
One of the best wins on the season thus far for the Falmouth Commodores. Played 9 innings of baseball, Ben. 3 innings defensively for Falmouth ended in double plays turned, and there is none bigger than that one right there. You mentioned the 3-6-1 Schmidt to Lopez to Humphreys to end things off. A 2-run win for the Commodores to improve to 6-7 on the 2025 campaign.
So many numbers to look at, but the middle of this Falmouth lineup was outstanding. All 9 RBIs coming from 2 through 6 in the lineup. Adrian Lopez was set it, or 3 through 6 in the lineup, rather. Lopez set the tone with 3 singles and a walk, but Mike Anu had 4 RBIs. Kent Schmidt had 2. Quattrani had 2. Landon Moran had 2 as well. So, Falmouth Commodores get just a step closer to 500. They improve to 6-7. Anglers go in the opposite way. They fall to 4-6-3, as it looked like there was a chance we could have another high-scoring tie, as our third member of our crew, Andrew Delapiana, stands by aside for a post-game interview. But again, Ryan, we talked so much about the offense. Pitching staff, although they needed 6, few of them really did the job.
Yeah, they certainly did. And that was big in terms of preserving the lead once Falmouth got it in the bottom of the 6th inning. We said that, right? When the score was 9-7 in the bottom of the 6th inning, it didn't feel like the scoring was over, but that's exactly what happened. Yeah. Sometimes a baseball game can turn like that, Ben. And for this one, the Commodores were ready for that switch, like the adjustment so far for the Doors. Again, moving to 6-7, while Chatham drops to 4-6-3 on the season. This is kind of win that we haven't seen so far, the Commodores yet, and they get it in Game 13.
All 16 runs in this game came in innings 4 through 6. Again, it was the Commodores got the scoring started in the bottom of the 4th inning with a solo shot by Ken Schmidt. Then Chatham responded with 5 of their own. A Jake Hanley 2 RBI double was a big part of that. Commodores tied it up in the bottom of the 5th to make it 5-5 before the Anglers struck right back with 2 of their own at the top of the 6th. 2 straight 4-run frames for the Commodores ended in the 6th with, again, that 3 through 6 in the lineup, which was outstanding today for the Commodores. As, again, win number 6 for Falmouth. And they have 2 wins over a very talented Chatham team in just 2 chances. And our very own Andrew Delapiana stands aside with the man who set the tone today, Adrian Lopez. Andrew?
Yeah, that's right, Ben. A 3-for-4 effort for this guy. A little bit of a bruised lip as well. How's it doing so far, and how'd you bounce back from that?
Nah, it's doing all right. In the initial moment, not the funnest times of the game, but, it's all right. I'm doing all right. So hopefully by tomorrow's off day, it should be back to normal-ish as much as it was before, so we'll see.
And getting an offensive slugfest like this, how does it feel to see your offense just kind of turn out runs inning after inning?
Yeah, no, it's huge. I mean, I think our staff, they let up a little bit more runs than they wanted to, of course, but just confidence in us and then confidence in them, too, going back out there. So, this game of fun baseball, so it was a lot of fun tonight.
And your defense tonight was also exceptional. A handful of double plays for you, I should say, a couple of double plays, and a lot of defensive standouts as well. How much confidence and pride do you guys take in your defense?
I mean, you hear it all the time, pitching defense wins ball games. So, of course, we're going to try to score as much run as possible, but if we hold on one less run, that's another win in the book. So
awesome. Thanks so much for the time, Adrian, and congratulations on the win.
I appreciate it.
Ben, back to you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Adrian Lopez with 3 base hits. Ryan, this was about as fun of a game as you're going to have here on the Cape. Classic college baseball offense. 16 total runs. Final thoughts.
Yeah, this felt almost like a midweek college baseball matchup where the offense is not at a premium. There's offense to spare again. 16 combined runs, 22 combined hits from these teams. These two teams matched up opening day, a 1-0 Commodores win, where the two teams combined for 4 hits overall. You never know how a baseball game is going to go. And for the Commodores, again, the adjustments really impressed me by the pitching staff across those last 3 innings that went scoreless. I thought Falmouth did a really good job bouncing back. A deserved one before the off day tomorrow.
9-7 was the final for the Falmouth Commodores. They out-hit Chatham 12-10. Anglers with the 1 air. That'll close out game number 13 of the season for Falmouth. For my partner, Ryan Martin, third member of the crew, Andrew Delapiana, Kyle Klein is our director, Dan Papillo, our producer, Ben Haller, signing off one more time tonight. Falmouth Commodores win 9-7.